The House will come to order. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designate the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Thursday, April 27, 2023, and establishes a pre-found requirement for amendments offered to the following bills: House File Number 1938 and Senate File Number 2744.
Motions and resolutions. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that House File 100 be taken from the table.
Representative Long moves that House File 100 be taken from the table. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. House File 100 is before the body. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 100, an act relating to cannabis.
Discussion to the bill. The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson. The member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba. The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Madam Speaker and members, some of you know, of course, that I serve as a volunteer EMT. I've shared that many times. But one of the things my profession does, police and fire, is we serve the community. Unfortunately, this bill, House File 100, will not serve Minnesotans in your district correctly. Right now, we have a mental health crisis right now. We spend tons of money on ads to say no to smoking. We have a fentanyl crisis, meth crisis, cocaine, and then we're adding this into the equation. One of the challenges, and we all been guilty of this, of not acting responsible. Unfortunately, in the EMS business, we respond, not all the times. I'm not going to say that every run happens because someone's not responsible or is irresponsible, but a lot of the runs are. Because we have DUIs. Literally, members, I could spend a whole hour, I know we wouldn't want that because we got a lot of bills on the floor on different situations, but I'll just refer to a few of them here today. This was in the early 2000s. We had underage individuals, 7 individuals in a van on top of Sisseton Hill, rollover. We called in the Sisseton ambulance, Sisseton Fire, Browns Valley ambulance. All those individuals were flown to Medicare at that time by helicopter or by fixed airplane. And on that situation, they all survived. We had another run, I call it the River Car Wash Run. They were speeding down on Highway 27. I don't think they were racing the patrol officer, even though they were ahead of the deputy's car. They were obviously outrunning them. And they took an approach, so like a Duke of Hazzards, and went into the river. And when we got to the scene, they were all standing on the roof of the car about 3 inches above the water level in the river. And guess what? They were all under the influence. That's the challenge that we're going to face. We're going to face individuals. We've seen it already. I would say in my 28 years serving as an EMS person, 30 to 40% of our runs have been done because people are not responsible with substance. We had what we call the garage sales run, 5 a.m. Sunday morning. We had a person who unfortunately was under influence. This one wasn't driving, but they were trying to do exercises in the garage. I'm doing that light-hearted humor a little bit there, but it literally sounded like a wild animal in that garage. And then finally, the second worst run I have ever been on in my 28 years we got dispatched. It was on St. Patrick's Day. I wish McDonald was here to harass them. St. Patrick's Day. We got called to that run. I was on call. No, I was not on call, but they called for additional help. So we went. We had to pull both of our rigs out. We had the best of our best people on that night. And why I say that, when we were at the corner, we just pulled the rigs out, dispatch came across and said, Sheriff does not know how long they can keep this young girl alive. He's performing CPR. So, of course, we then called for backup, mutual aid, with the Graceville ambulance, because we knew we had three victims at that time. Members, that 9-minute run to that was one of the longest times, but we were prepared. We were prepared. We had oxygen. We had advanced airway. We had the backboard ready. We had it all prepared for these 3 teenagers who should not have been drinking or under influence. We got to the scene. I'm not going to get graphic, but it was a very difficult scene. I've been on hundreds and hundreds of runs. We picked up a gentleman who was 20, I think he was 20 years old, got him to the hospital. Those are the situations that you help ER for a couple hours because they don't have enough staff. But the most difficult of that run was the last person that they lost was 19 years old, and her name was Brittany. That's my daughter's name. My brother was on that one, was assisting the hospital for that, for her up to 7 o'clock, and they had to call. Think about it, folks. These people, I just want to share this with you. This is how important it is. This is why Sheriff, EMS, and Fire does not support this bill. Because what's going to happen? We're going to see people irresponsible or just want to have a good time. We've all have made mistakes, including myself. We're going to see increase in DUIs. We saw that last night with a handout that was passed out. All 3 of those individuals we lost that day. That was the only time in the history since I've served in 28 years that we called in a critical incident team, because it was a very difficult run. This is why I cannot support this bill. We have a mental illness crisis right now, fentanyl crisis. We have kids. I have even another scenario where kids have got edibles with the gummy bears. I'm not even going to talk about that scenario. This is just bad policy. We want to uplift our young generation. And if you've been on as many runs that I have on DUIs and how it has affected under individuals who were not involved, bystanders, you would be voting with me to vote no. So, of course, members, I am asking you to vote no on this bill. We as EMS volunteers are busy enough. We have ran to several tragedies of death of young people and elderly people. We had a run just this week, no, not this week, it was a couple weeks ago, where a gentleman was driving under the influence, ran in the back of a vehicle of a mom and 3 young kids. And we got called to assist Graceville. Ortonville and Browns Valley was called for mutual aid. I was on that Saturday night at 2 a.m. to assist in that run. Minnesotans deserve better. Minnesota needs to be protected. I will be voting no, and I ask members to vote no on this bill. This isn't about fun. This is about lives. We need to protect from DUI, preventing additional DUI, because folks in my profession respond to these terrible tragedies. Thank you, member. Vote no, please.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, members, this bill is about safety of the public, which it does not do. We have about approximately 417 police departments and sheriff's departments, state patrol, law enforcement agencies in this state. And of those departments, the vast majority of them do have a canine unit. Now, these canines are specialty trained, and once they're trained, it's very difficult to untrain them. Pretty much impossible. And going on conservative numbers, let's say there's 200 that are trained for marijuana. At about $20,000 apiece for training and the dogs, plus more training afterwards, but just the original dog getting it set up to go out for the first time is about $20,000. And you times that by the $200 or 200 dogs, which I know is a conservative number, that's $4 million to our local police departments and sheriff's offices. Now, I'm wondering if Representative Stevens would answer a question for me.
Representative Stephenson will yield. Representative Johnson.
Madam Chair, Representative Stevens, can you tell me how much money is in this bill to help defer the cost to our counties and police departments for the cost of retirement of the dogs and the replacement?
Representative Johnson, we don't have a Representative Stevens. We have Representative Stevenson, and he will yield and he will answer your question. Representative Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Johnson, there are, as we went through last night, considerable appropriations to local units of government in multiple different areas of the bill, including appropriations for public safety in the bill. I could look to get the specific numbers that you're referencing. I don't know them right off the top of my head, but I can look for you.
Representative Johnson.
Well, Speaker Hartman, Representative Stephenson, I did not see anything reading through the bill dealing with our canine units. Now, when these dogs come out of service, they do much more than just deal with the marijuana. They also deal with cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl, and a host of other drugs. They're also there for safety for our officers. When you get out into greater Minnesota, a lot of times there is only one officer. I can remember for 2 months after midnight, I was the only officers for 3 cities and the county. I was by myself. I'm just thankful that neighboring departments would monitor before we got the 800 system so they could actually hear what's going on in my county to come and help when a bad call came in. But I have concerns on this. At safety, we're going to have an influx of fentanyl, a very deadly narcotic, synthetic narcotic that is killing our kids. The number one killer for people between 18 and 45. And this bill is only going to make the situation worse. It's not going to make our streets safer. In states that they've done this already, number of deaths and deadly crashes involving marijuana has dramatically increased. This bill does nothing for the safety of our citizens. It does nothing, it's nothing but a feel-good bill. Also, we're going to have some other issues that I see coming down the road because of this that other states have had. For those of you who enjoy your Second Amendment rights and use your permit to carry from Minnesota to while traveling, you best be careful, because our permits might not be honored in any other states anymore. And if you didn't know, because marijuana is still federally illegal, if you get caught in any other state or involved in a motor vehicle accident where you have marijuana in your system, you have permanently lost your Second Amendment rights. So for those reasons, and for the safety of this state and their citizens, members, Please vote red.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I hope today I'll keep saying Madam Speaker. I apologize for yesterday. This is one of the harder votes for me to take. When I was running for office, this was a very, very discussion point. And it seems like a lot of people in northern Minnesota believe that this should be legal, everything should be done and be done with it. On the first blush, that's the way it feels. It's just, why not? What are we hurting? It's been around. Let's do it. Representative Stephenson has done, in my opinion, a really good job of shepherding this through the system. He's gotten a lot of changes. He's done changes. One of my biggest concerns, again, from me being involved in small government, being the mayor, city councilor, the meaningful local control. I need to see more on that. I need to see more with the recognition of the costs through local government in the revenue sharing, and not so much allowing the local entity to tax more. That's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is if more police, if more, because like where I'm from, when we get someone that gets arrested, we have to drive them 55 miles one way and then back. So it's a lot more in our area because we don't have jails everywhere. We have jails in only so many places, and people bring them there. And the numbers that we've been seeing from Washington, Colorado, everywhere, there are more arrests. I mean, it'll settle down. And again, I know there's some talk about an amendment that if we could say that if you have a community of 5,000, there should be, a minimum of one. And that way we can somewhat regulate how many go where and how they go. Again, I truly believe the open market will determine where these businesses go and how many there are. But part of one of the questions that I haven't had answered yet, and I'd like to see what the authors, Representative Stevenson's, could I ask him a question, Madam Chair?
He will yield. Representative Scraba.
What happens to this law when it passes, when the federal government legalizes marijuana?
Representative Stephenson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Scraba, I think most of the law will be able to continue. There are a few things in the bill that probably will need to be modified when we do have a federally legal system. The biggest example of that is we have a provision in the bill that doesn't allow for the importation of cannabis. You can't have cannabis grown in California or Colorado brought to Minnesota. That provision, frankly, is necessary because of federal law currently, but if it was legal on a federal level, that law would actually become unconstitutional, and so we will need to change it at that point when that happens. But we're not there yet. Hopefully we will be in the near future, but we're not there yet.
Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, this is really, I don't know why it's sort of hard for me right now. Again, I've got 4 more emails this morning saying, please support this. It's kind of a big deal, but at the same time, being a mayor, I understand that local control. I did talk to several communities, and their concern is that is, if the businesses get too big, how are they going to manage it? How are they function? Some of our communities don't have local police; they have the sheriff. So, with that, I think I'm leaning more on the red. So I appreciate all the effort and everybody did. But thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Todd, Representative Weiner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. this was an interesting bill and something that, I had to reach out and talk to someone, an expert I would consider in the field. More than a constituent, I guess I'd consider him my best bud. We were discussing this bill last night, assuming how long it was going to go on, and he figured 4, I figured 420. But I knew he would walk out here tired, bloodshot eyes, stiff joints, as we zigzagged through this discussion and rolled up a new future for Minnesota, so to speak. But my bud was talking about some of these things and his issues with this bill, and we're on opposite sides of the spectrum. He knows how I feel about it. I know how he feels about it. But he doesn't want to see the state go to pot. His assumption of this bill is half-baked. It's not ready. He was watching the discussion last night, and he was so engrossed in it that he didn't even take his dog Snoop out for a walk around Cypress Hill. He wanted to know how it was going to turn out. But when it was all said and done, he said the worst 2 things about this bill is, once again, we're growing government, and it doesn't help our society. He's for the bill, but he says we're going to add taxes, we're going to grow government, and we're going to have nothing to show for it. So he said, Mike, light that board up red and vote no. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley. The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you. Thank you, members, Madam Speaker. I'm kind of glad, actually, we had a chance to sleep on this a little bit, too. I don't think that was our intention, but I was able to actually get a little bit more information overnight and just sleep on it. But again, I do appreciate the robust conversation we all had here on the House floor yesterday into the evening. And again, I want to encourage members that are on the fence. And I hear there's some members that are just, I'm not sure. Representative Scraba, he's having a hard time with this because, again, there are things that people kind of assumed were going to happen this year when we came down here. First blush, pass the bill. Come on. We've been talking about this long enough. Let's just pass the marijuana bill. And I kind of get that. I go into this argument sometimes with my kids, my adult children. Come on, Dad. Get with the program. Get with it. I know every one of us hear that from some other folks to say, this is not the end of the world. Well, I want to tell you, there are worse bills out there. There are worse policy that we could do. House File 2 is one of the worst bills coming. That is one of the worst I've ever seen. There's House File 1. There's other ones. I get it. But what's important about today's wrap-up bill with marijuana, legalizing recreational pot, is that there's some components here that we are not ready for here in Minnesota. The workforce will suffer. Workforce, job sites will suffer. People will lose their jobs because it's in their system. More people will be exposed to this. It'll be in their system, and they're going to be unaware of the consequences when they try this because it's going to be out there more frequently to people. Another big component that's wrong in this bill, folks, is we did not give the proper local control to our local governments. They need to be able to limit and have some guardrails in those areas so that they can look at their local citizens that they represent and say, we think we've got it right here. I think there should have been the ability to say you have to at least let one dispensary in your municipality or your county, to at least say you can't deny it. I get some of that, but not unlimited. This is real problematic. I think the biggest problem that I had, again, as I mentioned last night, we are going to cause a lot of pain with our youth. We're going to cause a lot of pain with our youth because they're going to find themselves hooked on something that started with marijuana. It is clear. The science that I shared last night was extremely clear in my mind. And I want to share a little bit that came over again this morning about our decisions on some of these things that we were doing. This is from George Romuto. He was in committee. He's a professor emeritus, a psychiatrist. He was the medical director for the state of Minnesota with the Child and Adolescent Hospital out in Wilmer. One of the smartest guys I know on how the brain is developing. We worked together a lot on our opioid stuff. He sent me this email this morning. Again, he was kind of watching it, and he just, again, Representative Baker, the age issue is so important to this bill. There's reports out there. The effect of this cannabis on the neurology, the plasticity, and creating abnormal neural network circuitries are absolutely affected by THC. And what's different here is alcohol, opioids, tobacco do not get affected the same way. But THC has a different influence on the endocannabinoid system. That is what's different about this marijuana. THC affects the brains and the neurons and the connections differently than alcohol does. So remember that part of it. This is important. The other question came up, is cannabis lethal? Well, it certainly is. People who have become addicted use these substances in combination with other things. Last Friday, the JAMA report reported that drug overdoses during the past 12 years showed there was an increase of 17% annually of death, lasting physical damage to the body, and disability when cannabis was a part of the mixture that killed somebody. It's all about the combinations, members. It's about multiple uses. That's what people are doing. That's when we lose a lot of people. And another big part of this bill that's a real problem is we didn't put the limits on the THC levels. A potency cap would have been a really smart thing to do. I realize a buyer can buy and ingest more product to get a more potent effect. If you are talking about our edible cannabis, we put limits on that. But we didn't here. The one thing we should do to take to conference, whether it's part of this bill or not, Chair Stephenson, is to make sure that we've got excellent, outstanding warning labels. At least do that. At least do that with great big letters, great big red letters, to let them know that people under the age of 25 are affected differently. So, members, I'm a big red no. If you say no today, it's because you care about the children, you care about what's going to hit them. Because we passed this bill, or because the state of Minnesota decades and decades ago passed a 21-year-old age limit for alcohol, does not mean we should do it today when we know more today. I want to also maybe make one more comment. Last night it was mentioned how we failed miserably on the war on drugs back in the 1970s, 1980s. I think Representative Hollins was the one who made that statement. She's not wrong on that. But it's all we knew back then, members. We take the information we have today and we do something with it. At least back then, they did something on the war on drugs, because we're fighting this thing every single day. So we know more today. We can do a better job today. We got to continue to look at our policies, our rules. What we are doing today is going to hurt Minnesota going down the road. So at first blush, seems easy to pass this marijuana bill, but if you look at the bill, you should have a very good reason why this should not pass today. Let's keep working on it. Let's take it back to the committees, and let's actually get the edible bill done right first before we pass this, because we didn't do that one right last year. So members, please vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, it was great we had this long discussion, and now we are finally coming down to a vote. But everybody should know there's a very good reason marijuana is illegal. Last year, it killed 480,000 people. Oh, no, never mind, that's tobacco. Sorry. All right. 140,000. Marijuana killed 140,000 people last year. Oh, alcohol. Sorry. Got my numbers mixed up here. Oh, 500. It's got to be 500. This is a dangerous illegal substance. We must ban it. We cannot let it be legal. 500 people died. Oh, that's Tylenol. We are talking about a substance with no lethality. The time for marijuana prohibition is over, and it's been over for quite some time. The war on drugs was an abject failure that put tons of people in prison based on faulty reasoning and faulty science. And it hurt communities who definitely didn't deserve it. We fixed a lot of those problems over the years. We've moved in the right direction. It's essentially decriminalized in this state, but it's still not legal. 53% of Minnesotans agree that we should end marijuana prohibition. 68% of Americans agree we should end marijuana prohibition. And in that same poll, and with the Minnesotans, only 36% opposed. 36%. Which tells you there's a significant amount of Republicans that think it's about time we end marijuana prohibition. Prohibition has worked about as well as it did when we did it with alcohol in the early 1900s. When you prohibit something, you make it criminal, and that only benefits the criminals. It doesn't help anyone. It enriches them through violence. They don't call the Consumer Reports Bureau to report they got some bad weed. They go and shoot them. But if they could go in a safe environment where the product is safely tested so they don't have fentanyl, it's completely non-lethal. When you see any death where marijuana is involved, there's always something else. There's always something else, because you cannot die from THC alone. That doesn't mean it's a safe substance we should encourage, just like alcohol. We shouldn't say, everybody go out and get hammered. This is great. Go smoke weed. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying, this shouldn't be illegal anymore. And only 36% of Minnesotans disagree. That's a sizable amount of Republicans who believe marijuana prohibition should be over. And a lot of people will say, well, marijuana is a gateway drug, because when we look at heroin addicts or anything, they always start with marijuana. If that's the logic for what a gateway drug is, alcohol is certainly a much more dangerous gateway drug. Almost every single person who eventually finds themselves addicted to heroin started with alcohol. And before that, you know what else is a psychoactive drug that could be a gateway drug by that definition? Caffeine. And if you look at our desks, we got a lot of drug users around here. So it doesn't make any sense to call it a gateway drug. But you know what makes it a gateway drug? Do you know what makes it actually dangerous? Is prohibiting it. Because then when you have to go down the street alley and buy your little dime bag of weed, that puts you in a place where somebody might be selling heroin. They might be selling Adderall. They might be selling a litany of incredibly dangerous narcotics, some of which can be prescribed by a doctor. But if they can go into a store and get greeted by a nice man who's like, hey, man, how you doing today? We got some sativa here. Indica. That is where you want somebody to be doing this non-dangerous substance and acquiring it there rather than going in the alley. If we put it in a safe retail environment where it's tested and we ensure that it's just cannabis, it's not laced with fentanyl, it's safer. And it's not a gateway drug. Now, the next most common criticism is that we don't have a roadside test, and that is a valid criticism. There is no roadside test. That is very, very concerning. However, we don't have a roadside test for opiates. We don't have a roadside test for cough medicine. We don't have a roadside test for a litany of things, like just sleep deprivation. But those are still available at your drugstore. So, that doesn't mean we just ignore that problem, because that is a real problem. And that's why this bill puts $10 million. I think we can juice that number a little more in conference, I hope. But it puts $10 million to drug recognition enforcement police officer training. Because if a police officer pulls somebody over, gets them out of the car, thinks they're intoxicated, they have bloodshot eyes, they're glassy, but they all say they have them do the breathalyzer and they're not drunk on alcohol, well, they'll still run a sobriety test. They can get somebody with the proper training to come down and test them whether they're going to be safe behind the wheel. We already do that for cough medicine and the like. We can do that for cannabis, and especially legal cannabis that's been tested and proven to be safe. And the majority of Minnesotans have already used cannabis, over 50% easily. It's available for the people who want it. So the next big concern is about the kids. Another very valid concern. We know that it has a negative effect on brain development, just like alcohol or tobacco. So we want to be very careful when legalizing this substance that then kids could get it. However, you look at states that have legalized, teen use is about the same. Why is teen use about the same within the margin of error of all the polling that's done? Because they can get it already. We're not stopping anybody from anything right now. We're just encouraging a kid to have a bad interaction with a police officer when they're caught with dope in their back seat. We don't see an increase in youth use. And if we did, yes, that would be a great concern to all of us, regardless of what side of this argument you on. But one thing that's interesting, we do see overall cannabis use increase. But it's not the kids. It's all of you people. It's the boomers who then feel comfortable to go, you know, I did this when I was a teenager, I'll go ahead and try it today. And what's the difference between a 65-year-old going to get a joint instead of a glass of scotch? I would argue the joint is the safer choice. And last session, we legalized intoxicating THC already. Right now, if you want to go get high on THC, you can walk literally, 3 blocks from here to the BP on the corner, get yourself a little bag of hemp edibles, which have intoxicating THC in them already. You know what we haven't seen is a rash of people who are high all the time that can't drive and an increase in accidents. It's here now, and the hemp industry has demonstrated that they can do it safely. So what's the public policy benefit of doing this? There's only one public policy benefit, and that is the elimination of the black market, which still exists. That takes care of the crime we see associated with drugs, and it also makes it so it's not a gateway drug that leads people on the dark path of addiction. However, on the flip side, so I've kind of gone after people who are against this. There's some people who say marijuana is not addictive. It certainly is addictive. You can see that everywhere. Any serious person can see that. But compared to other addictions like alcohol, well, at least the marijuana addiction is not going to kill you, but it's still harmful. Now, this bill has a lot of work to do, which is why it's going to go to conference. But it's undeniably the right path. That's where the evidence shows, and if you want to say people vote with their actions, 68% of Americans support this, 53% of Minnesotans support this, and I guarantee you it's higher now. When I polled my district, I had 81% support cannabis legalization. 81%. I didn't think it would be nearly that high, but that was just 2 years ago. So what do we need to do to make this bill better? And I have to say Representative Stephenson has been incredibly helpful to work with. We've moved quite a ways. He's taken some amendments like the DRE funding for the drug record enforcement officers that a lot of people over here would like to see. He's limited from 5 pounds, which is just a catastrophic amount, as we saw when it was presented in committee, down to 1.5 pounds. We've made some good strides on this bill. It's working its way. Now, I've already talked about, through the amendments, the biggest problems that I see. And that's the licensing system, the woke ideology in here, because Minnesotans want legal weed, but they don't necessarily want all the politically partisan bells and whistles you're tacking onto it. My hope is we can minimize those in conference committee. We can make it so this bill has significant bipartisan support. But as you heard from a lot of members over here, well, you kind of hamstring cities. They don't really have a lot of flexibility. It's better than when the bill started, but it still has a little work to go. I'd like to see if we can work on that in conference committee. I agree, you can't completely ban it from your city because that defeats the purpose of eliminating the black market. But hamstringing cities on the placement of these businesses is not what the cities want, I can tell you that. We've heard from a lot of our cities that that's not the way to go. And with the licensing system and the ban on vertical integration in particular, that is just bad policy. And see, that's where I see ideology is creeping in here rather than doing what's best for Minnesotans. Because, okay, I get it. When you look at the medical marijuana program, 2 companies dominate the market, and I assume that's where that came from. But that bill, the medical marijuana legislation that was passed, basically made that the only way that was going to be. By allowing vertical integration, that doesn't mean that big business is going to come in here and take over the market. It's going to mean that we will have low-cost marijuana, which will help strangle the black market. The low tax rate in this bill is actually pretty good at doing that, but if you can't vertically integrate and cut down on some of those costs, you're going to have a low tax rate, but you're still going to have expensive product. And that's going to hurt the #1 public policy benefit of this bill, which is eliminating the black market. So we need to get rid of that prohibition on vertical integration. It's the right policy. It's the only argument against it is ideological. If this doesn't eliminate the black market, as we've seen in California, in particular, New York especially, the black market's alive and well despite legal cannabis because of the way the bill was written to be anti-business. So let's not do that in this bill. Let's allow businesses to operate and sell a competitive product that consumers want. And as far as the social equity stuff in this bill that I strongly disagree with, that I think it's unfair, and it prioritizes putting these cash businesses in areas that will only bring problems to those communities, well, you could get rid of all that stuff and keep the grant programs that are social equity based in the back of the bill here and still accomplish some of those social equity goals. So if we can move towards that in conference, this bill would come back with local control, a better licensing system that's fair. I expect you to see significant bipartisan support, and I would happily help you with that if we can move in that direction in conference committee. Ending marijuana prohibition is the right way to go. It absolutely is. It's what the public wants. It's a safe substance. And the prohibition now only benefits criminals. Because if all the alcoholics today who go around and drunk drive, kill people by crashing their cars, beat their spouses, if all those alcoholics were potheads, we'd live in a better world.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Last night, right before we adjourned for the evening, a piece was sent out to all of your desks, and it's entitled "Marijuana and Pregnancy," and it's from the website for the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. And I just wanted to speak briefly about the health risks to women who may want to get pregnant, that are pregnant and are breastfeeding. And before I get to that, I'm wondering if Representative Stephenson would yield to a question, Madam Chair.
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Stephenson, I understand there is a warning of some substance in this bill. Could you tell me about the language of that warning and what it actually does?
Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Scott. And actually, this was an amendment that I believe Representative New Brindley offered in the Commerce Committee in the bill's first hearing, was to ensure that as the office is preparing a warning label requirement, that they provide scientifically appropriate information about risks to people who are pregnant. So I think that it is a concern that we heard. We heard it raised by your caucus, and we incorporated it into the bill, that the warning labels, that's one of the topics they need to address with the warning labels.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Stephenson. Would he yield to another question?
He will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Stephenson, is that a priority for you, the health risks that may be involved with whether it's for pregnant or wannabe, breastfeeding women, or any other health risks? Is that an important topic for you, a priority for you to get it right in this bill?
Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Scott. Of course, the health considerations are important to this bill generally, and it's one strong advantage to moving to a legal, regulated marketplace. If you are buying cannabis on the illicit marketplace, there is no warning label, not as to what it does if you're pregnant or under any other circumstance. So we can have a more responsible and educated consumer if we move to a legitimate marketplace, and we can also make sure that the product itself is not tainted. We have testing in this bill, seed to stale monitoring of cannabis to make sure that it's not laced with some other substance that would be far worse for someone who's pregnant or for someone else than cannabis alone.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Stephenson. I'm glad to hear that that's a priority to you. Members, just to reiterate some of the dangers to both the baby and the mom in cannabis use. Disruption of brain development before birth for the baby, smaller size at birth, higher risk of stillbirth, higher chance of being born too early, especially when you use both marijuana and cigarettes during pregnancy, and harm from secondhand marijuana smoke, also behavioral problems in childhood, and trouble paying attention in school. And for the mom, permanent lung injury from smoking marijuana, dizziness, putting you at risk of falls, impaired judgment, putting you at risk of injury, and lower levels of oxygen in the body, which can lead to breathing problems. And that, folks, is just for pregnant women and the fetus, and that would go, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists recommend, if you are trying to become pregnant, to not use marijuana. Definitely, if you are pregnant, don't use it because there are, or breastfeeding, because there are effects to the mom and the baby. And members, I just wanted to bring this to your attention. I was doing some work over the weekend, and I looked up the warning labels for tobacco use, and there are 11 different warning labels depending on what the negative side effect would be, whether that's lung cancer, which we all think of, whether it's it can harm circulation to the point, and they have this really awful graphic picture of someone that's lost some of their toes due to tobacco use and the loss of circulation. So there are 11 different warnings there. So I'm really glad to hear, Representative Stephenson, that that's a concern for you, because there should be labels not just for pregnant women or women that want to become pregnant or breastfeeding, but there should be all kinds of warnings that talk about the potential side effects, the impeded brain development for those under the age of 25, the problems concentrating, problems with impaired judgment, development of mental health episodes, another side effect of marijuana use, lack of motivation and productivity, and permanent lung problems from smoking marijuana, and also the jury is still out, but I bet it won't be out very long on secondhand smoke, marijuana smoke. So members, I just wanted to bring those few items to our attention. That's something that we need to really, if we're going to do this, which it looks like we are, then we need to do it in a way that the public is informed of all the potential side effects. You know, it used to be thought that there was nothing unsafe about tobacco use, and we've learned differently. And while we don't have a ton of studies out there on extended marijuana use, there are enough to put on warning labels. And so I just encourage that as this bill moves forward, that becomes a priority. Thank you, members.
The member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members. I know I talk a lot about cannabis legalization. Hopefully this will be the last time or one of the last times you hear me talk about this on this House floor after we pass this today. But today is a really exciting day for me and the cannabis community. As many of you know, I've been a leader in the cannabis legalization community for a number of years before and during my time in the legislature. I've stood alongside tireless community advocates who have volunteered their time to fight to bring an end to prohibition. And I want to welcome many of them who are in the galleries today and are watching online. It's because of the cannabis community and legislative supporters that we're here today. These are the people who said that the days of doing things about us, without us, are over. And they partnered with the people who agreed that the people most impacted by a policy should be at the table making the decisions together. This community showed up, they told their stories, they collaborated, they organized, and they developed a model that kicked off the bill that's before us today. And I'm proud to say that this is arguably to some, but in my opinion, the best model for full legalization in the nation. So to everyone who's advocated for this, thank you. Thank you for showing up, for being vulnerable, for sacrificing your time and energy, for participating with your government in such a collaborative and effective way. This is what it looks like to be the change you want to see in the world. You've heard me say this many times before, members, but prohibition is a failed racist system. It was put in place to intentionally harm Black and brown Americans. Prohibition has failed to keep communities safer than legalization can. Prohibition has failed to improve public safety. Prohibition and the war on drugs have corrupted the intent of our justice system, and it has been nothing less than propaganda and a lie. Minnesotans have told us loud and clear that prohibition is the problem, not cannabis, and that they expect us to bring an end to the sinister days of prohibition and create a safe, legal, regulated market that promotes equity and reparation for our errors of the past. For nearly 100 years, too many people have lost their jobs, their homes, their property, their families, their lives, their opportunities as a result of cannabis prohibition. This was intentional. It was not an accident. It was not because people did not know better. They knew exactly what they were doing when they put this in place. And today, we're doing something about that. We have learned from other states. We have learned from our past. We have learned from our communities, and we're doing the right thing by passing this bill today. From the first in the nation automatic expungements to stellar social equity aspects to thoughtful agency design, this is the best foot forward as we enter into the new legal market. So again, I just want to applaud everyone who has worked on this bill. Chair Stephenson joined the front lines of the cannabis movement this year, and it's really been an honor to work with him and to learn from him. We've had him at the helm leading the way through every committee and every amendment, working with staff on every engrossment. This community has grown and has more supporters than ever before. And Chair Stephenson listened. He incorporated feedback from hundreds of stakeholders, And he never let any one group or person dominate any decision. So thank you for that. I also want to say thank you to Chairs Zhang and Gomez and all of the other members who have authored a bill in the past and all of the staff that helped bring that and pave the way to where we are today. The collaboration in this movement between government and community is a case study for how good public policy can be done and how to bring about comprehensive social change. And I was going to end my comments there, but when we tabled this bill last night, I just wanted to add a few more things because it's really exciting to present this bill today, considering what else is on our calendar and what other folks are here to support. This bill is about so much more than just legalizing cannabis. It is on point with today's theme of improving safety while honoring justice and civil rights. It's about reparation and reconciliation. It's about doing better because we know better. Today's a good day to be a Minnesotan. And as we pass this bill that will make Minnesota a safer place for everyone, starting with this bill of ending cannabis prohibition. You know, members, every day we stand in this chamber, most of us, and we start our session with a prayer and a pledge, and we all say, with liberty and justice for all. Some of us add the social justice part. But I want you to join me today in kicking off today's version of what liberty and justice looks like in action, and vote green on this bill. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for this debate. I wish I shared your enthusiasm for this bill, but I do not. There's so many things I want to respond to, and I'll try to keep it short, but the notion that the people who are opposed to this bill are upholding propaganda and a lie is horrifying to me. You stand with the advocates of cannabis. I am standing with parents who have lost their children, people who are in recovery, counselors and doctors who have given their lives for people who are fighting substance use disorder. Members, this is not something to celebrate. I agree that there needs to be things fixed, but unleashing this on Minnesota is not something to celebrate. And it is not a propaganda and the lie. The data that we have brought forward about the impacts on children's brains, the data we have brought forward about a 15% increase in fatal accidents in Canada. Members, there is reams of data about the negative impacts of what you are about to do that will happen in our state. And I want to point that out and make sure that in all your celebrations, you feel the weight of that responsibility. The people who are opposed to this bill are not trying to hold people down or harm people institutionally. It's the Minnesota Psychiatric Association. It is the Minnesota Association of Children and Adolescent Psychology. Multiple addiction recovery specialists and treatment centers who have submitted letters. The Minnesota Medical Association, the insurance industry, the Beverage Association, the Sheriff's Association, the Charter Bus Association, the League of Cities, the Association of Counties. Members, I can't even remember all the people who are opposed to this. There's a broad swath of Minnesotans who know that this bill is going to bring more harm than good and that it is not ready. And I'm so disappointed at those comments. But I want to go back to a couple things I just want to get on the record because I had people reach out to me last night, Chair Stephenson, after our discussion about the drug recognition experts. And I appreciate that you put the $10 million in the bill, and I really appreciate your intention to honor that commitment. And so just to get it on the record today, I've had people ask me to talk about this. So just to clarify, the fiscal note may be out of date, but the fiscal note clearly says that it would cost $50 an hour and 4 hours for training. I have communication from the head of the DRE program in Minnesota at the State Patrol, who says that's wildly low. And he also is the one who provided the detail about the $10 million and how we got there. And so I did have a exchange with Ben Johnson, the wonderful staff person today, and he was supporting the way they broke down the 10 million. So I just, wherever this goes, future, I just hope that those records in the fiscal note are corrected and updated. So I'll provide that to you if you don't have it. Speaking of Ben Johnson, I just wanted to give thanks for our amazing staff. Ben Johnson, I don't know who the staff researcher on your side was, the name of that person, but I'm sure they worked as hard and as ably as our Casey Peterson. The staff has worked incredibly hard on this, and we're very grateful for everyone's hard work. I also wanted to go back to the question of, Minnesotans do support legalization. I think that's right. I think, the debate has been like 53%, 56%. I think if you just had a poll, Minnesotans, do you want legalization? I think, yeah, probably the majority would say yes. But they do not know the details of this bill. And if you ask them, do you want the state to spend $1 million and $400,000 ongoing to create a cash facility? I don't know they'd say that. Do you think that they would want to have all these problems with local control? I've heard from a lot of people who don't want that. So I think we need to be very careful with the problems in this bill, and hopefully they will get addressed going forward. One of the things that we didn't talk about yesterday that I did want to bring up, because again, I don't think Minnesotans know about this, is that there are incredible amounts of money in this bill to provide support for these new businesses, because it's unlikely they would succeed in the marketplace on their own. And so we are creating a market where we know, given sort of like normal business plans, business parameters, there wouldn't be great likelihood of success. So we're propping it up with $17 million in grants to nonprofits that will help them, supposedly. And interestingly, we're also setting up a state loan program. And this will allow the state to make business loans for up to $150,000 that are renewable for 6 years to prop up these businesses. And if you're just an individual, there's this notion that because of all the ways that this licensing structure is set up and the social equity points, that we're going to create all these wonderful, successful small businesses. And members, I just have to say, I think that's a well-intentioned notion, but that is not how it is going to play out based on how this bill is designed, and that's not how it's played out in other states. So if you're just a regular mom and pop person who wants the retail license and you want the grant to start your business, you might get a $5,000 loan. But if you have investors, you can get the high-end loan for $150,000. And so members, that's what's going to happen. People are going to get these licenses, and then they're going to go get outside investors from national cannabis groups, and those national big cannabis groups are going to come in this state, and the state will be issuing them $150,000 loans every year for 6 years. That's taxpayer money going into this, members. I don't think the public's on board with that. At least not a lot of the people I talk to. Another thing I wanted to get on the record is yesterday the board was green, and I was very happy to see it, that we support school bus drivers having zero tolerance for THC in their system because they are driving our most precious citizens, our children, to school. And I appreciate that, and I do hope you fight for that in conference committee, Chair Stephenson. But then we turned around and we rejected the amendment that would have the same zero tolerance standard for Metro bus drivers and Metro Transit drivers. And I was talking to some people last night who contacted me about this, and it turns out that a lot of our school students, especially in Minneapolis, take Metro Transit buses to school. So if you're riding on a school bus, then your driver will have zero tolerance. But if you're a student who happens to be on a Metro Transit bus to get to school, that same standard of safety will not be for you and your children. So again, I urge you, Chair Stephenson, to fix that in conference, because I think all school children should have safe transit, and all Minnesotans. So I urge you to take that up. Let's see. Another thing we really didn't talk about that I just wanted to raise are there are a lot of concerns for employers for this bill. It's really not clear if someone has so first of all, just to refresh, there is no standard of impairment, and there is no easily available roadside test for intoxication. And the bill really limits employers' ability to conduct drug testing and making hiring contingent upon clean tests. And it prohibits employers from requesting or requiring job applicants to undergo testing in order to make a job determination. And they also can't conduct arbitrary drug tests. And so if there is an accident at a workplace, it's very concerning about how the liability will affect the employer. And it's also very concerning about how employers' insurance costs are going to go up. And I've heard from a lot of small businesses who are quite concerned about this, people who have small manufacturing businesses, people who do things that aren't necessarily like construction, those kinds of things, where impairment really could affect the safety of the employee and other employees. The other thing that we have not talked about that, again, I'm not sure the public knows, and I don't think our bar and restaurant owners know this, or the people who are maybe getting the retail license, but the bill creates a civil cause of action so that if someone is injured due to someone's impairment, that person who's injured because of someone else's impairment has a private right of action to sue the business or the retailer who overserved the intoxicated person, even though there is no standard for impairment and there's no sense of what overserving means. So the bill creates a private right of action. So for all of you who are excited about getting this retail license, you should be aware that you will be on the hook if there is an injury and you have overserved someone. And again, that will really hurt the insurance rates of these small businesses who want to get into this business. So members, those are some of the concerns I just want to make sure I got on the record. I just want to recalibrate. People on our side of the aisle do support legalization, but the three buckets of concerns here are public safety, local control, and substance use disorder. And I hope the majority will continue to work in good faith to address some of those issues we've raised. But the biggest issue, members, is this notion, as Representative West talked about, other people talked about, that the public policy value of this is that we're going to eliminate the black market. Members, it won't happen. And partly it won't happen because we've seen it hasn't happened in other states, but partly we will not eliminate the black market because of the design of this bill. And Chair Stephenson, I hope you will take this with sincere intent that you change the effective date on this bill. Members, under this bill, cannabis will be legal in Minnesota on August 1st of this summer. So you can grow it at home, you can give away 2 ounces, everything will be legal. But the regulatory framework that this majority continues to say is the selling point for safety and testing and everything will be packaged and labeled, that's not going to be available for a year if we're optimistic, and I think that's crazy optimistic, at least a year and a half. So the black market is going to have a year and a half head start on this. And we won't know, members, how much of that newly legal weed will be laced with things, will harm people, the accidents. So by allowing it to be legal before the regulatory framework is set up, we are establishing the black market. And it's unconscionable, members. I still have hope that things will improve, but I really urge everyone to vote no. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, the author of the bill, Representative Stephenson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for a good and full and complete debate. I think we started talking about this bill with a note of gratitude, and I want to start these remarks also with a note of gratitude. I thank our staff, our excellent staff who worked on this bill before. I want to thank all the members who worked on this bill. And I won't name them all because there's, frankly, we'll be naming most of this caucus and much of that caucus who have contributed to this bill in one form or fashion. But, you know, Representative Hansen has been just a phenomenal partner on this bill, and I just appreciate so much the work that you have done to advance this bill over many, many years. Thank you so much. It's been great working with you on this bill. And Chair Gomez, who I don't think is on the floor right now, but you cannot talk about this bill without talking about the work that she has done to build this bill. Members, our cannabis laws are broken. Prohibition has failed. It's not achieving any of its goals, and its costs, both in terms of dollars and in human costs, are overwhelming. If you support prohibition because you want to limit cannabis use, you must reckon with the reality that we have 50 years of evidence that the criminal justice system cannot achieve this goal. I say that as a prosecutor. The criminal justice system cannot achieve that goal. If it could, don't you think it would have done it by now? If you care about public safety, you must realize that the resources our criminal justice system uses to enforce cannabis laws are resources we are not using right now to go after more serious and violent crime. Arresting people, locking them up for consuming cannabis does not make our community safer. Minnesotans understand that. And in states that have legalized cannabis, it turns out that the clearance rate for property crimes, the rate at which police are able to solve property crimes, increase. We have statistics to prove this. Communities that have legalized cannabis are safer because their public safety system is able to focus on things that are actually dangerous and not cannabis. If you believe that legalizing cannabis will result in people using more severe narcotics, you must accept the fact that in every state, every one that has legalized cannabis, opioid overdose deaths have decreased. It's the most consistent result of marijuana legalization, of cannabis legalization, is a decline in opioid overdose deaths. And I want to tie this in particular to one group of the public. We know opioid overdoses affect broad segments of our societies, but I want you to think about veterans in particular. And their access, most veterans get their health care through the VA. Cannabis is illegal at a federal level, which means they don't have access to this. Veterans experience opioid overdoses at rates far beyond the general public. This bill will save veterans' lives. Plain and simple. Meanwhile, the costs of our broken system are extreme. A recent report said that our country spends $7.6 billion each year enforcing cannabis prohibition. And think about the human costs here. I mentioned I'm a prosecutor, and I can tell you there's nothing I take more seriously than charging someone with a crime. Because when you charge someone with a crime, you are changing their life forever. When you are convicted of a crime, it is harder to find a house, it is harder to find a job, and the list goes on, and we are doing that every day to people for possessing cannabis. It's not right. And we have to be honest that these harms do not fall evenly across all Minnesotans. White people and people of color in Minnesota consume cannabis at about the same rates. People of color are arrested 6 times more often than white people. 6 times. Think about in the context of what Representative Finke said yesterday about 6,000 arrests in Minnesota for cannabis last year. Think about that. And if that troubles you, and I hope it does because it should, understand that that disparity that I just described for Minnesota is actually the worst in the country. We are the worst at this. And now we have widespread agreement, and I think this is just wonderful. I think we should take a moment and be really happy about this because we had widespread agreement DFLers and Republicans, that we should undo these harms. We heard this from multiple members of the Republican caucus that support expungement and support undoing these harms, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm glad that we have that consensus. I hope we can continue to build on that consensus, but we also need to stop digging in the hole. We need to put down the shovel. And so just expungement is not enough. We have to legalize. This is a bill that we can be proud of. I challenge anyone to come up with a bill that has gone through a more rigorous policy development, a more open, transparent policy development, years of public hearings, town halls going around the state, 16 hearings just this year, just this chamber, over 20 hours of debate, more than 20 Republican amendments accepted. We have done the work here, and Minnesotans know that. Minnesotans want this. I heard it this fall. I'm sure you did too. And the polling data, I won't rehash. Other people have said it. It's very clear, but I will note this. It's not just that a majority supports it. It's that the trend, look at the trend line. Look at where this is headed. This is what our people want. We can do this today. Minnesotans are ready. It's time. Vote green.
The member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, we have heard a lot of conversation and debate last night and even today on this topic. And as you've heard, our caucus has a diverse set of viewpoints on legalizing recreational cannabis. But wherever you fall on the spectrum of legalization, it is very clear that this bill still has serious concerns. Legalization would be a dramatic change for Minnesota, and if that step is taken, it should still be done with careful, continued consideration, well-thought-out policy to ensure the safety and well-being of all Minnesotans. And I feel this bill does not accomplish that. One example of the lack of consideration is that being given to the hemp industry. This bill would regulate the hemp industry with the same regulations as marijuana, opening that industry up to new mandates, new taxes. And for these small businesses, it would be devastating. Other states have legalized marijuana and not subjected hemp or CBD products to the same regulations. We should not be killing one industry just to legalize cannabis. Something that we should have been able to agree on, especially when making a massive change like this, would be to preserve the local decision-making authority. Our local communities should have the say in the number of marijuana-related businesses within their communities. Under this bill, local units of government are restricted in their ability to enact guardrails for marijuana in their communities. Minneapolis, Coon Rapids, Cold Spring, Paynesville, they should all be free to determine how many cannabis businesses that they have without a say from state government. This one-size-fits-all approach will actually hurt our communities. But for those who are proponents of legalization, stopping the black market and ensuring people have access to safe cannabis is often a talking point. Unfortunately, the legalizing of it will not necessarily accomplish this goal. We know that other states have legalized marijuana, like California and New York. They continue to have issues with the black market. The black market will always be the source of cheaper, tax-free product that people will always seek out. This bill does not establish guardrails to deter Minnesotans from the black market cannabis products and therefore will not meet the goal of ensuring that we have a safe, regulated product within our state. And I'll close with saying one thing that we could have had significant Republican support on, and that is the decriminalization. Many Republicans support the decriminalization of marijuana, but we don't have to normalize its use. If this bill was strictly about decriminalization, there would have been more support. We could be having thoughtful conversations about decriminalization and even the legalization. But this bill is not yet it. It has serious problems. It presents safety concerns. It will have negative effect on our insurance industry. So members, I would encourage a no vote today.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, prohibition has failed. The war on drugs has failed. Cannabis is widely available for purchase in Minnesota, just like alcohol was in the 1920s. People of all races use cannabis at roughly the same rate. But let's be real. In Minnesota, cannabis use is essentially legal if you are a white college kid. But if you are a black Minnesotan, as Representative Stephenson pointed out, you are 6 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis possession. In Hennepin and Ramsey counties, you are 8 times more likely to be arrested for cannabis possession if you're black. A sting on low-level marijuana sales in my city, Minneapolis, was halted after it became public that 46 of the 47 arrests, 98% were black Minnesotans. This is yet another racial disparity that has a devastating impact on communities of color. The status quo disrupts families, destroys lives, and undermines trust in our criminal justice system. This bill would finally help correct these shameful disparities. First, it would reduce the number of marijuana arrests. When cannabis is legal, there's no need to arrest people for possessing or using it. Second, it would provide expungements for those who have passed arrests to help them restore their lives and improve access to jobs and housing. And third, this bill makes sure that those who have been harmed the most by prohibition benefit the most under a regulated market. We've heard that a black market will continue. Well, you know what? We'll guarantee we have a black market not passing this bill. We've heard that decriminalization is a better alternative. Well, decriminalization does not reduce the illicit market or the profits that go to those current operations. It does not regulate or bring needed controls to the market, including safety regulations. It does not allow licensed businesses to be accountable to the public. Legalizing cannabis is the right thing to do for our state. Minnesotans are asking us to do this. Representative West pointed out the polling. Only 35% in the state say that we should not legalize. We've heard Representative Dameth mention texts she got from constituents supporting the bill. Representative Scraba mentioned that in northern Minnesota, this bill is popular. I want to thank Representative Stephenson, former Majority Leader Winkler, Representative Gomez, Representative Hansen, and so many others who have contributed so many hours over the last few years to make this bill the outstanding bill that it is. Passing this bill is the right thing to do for our communities, it's the right thing to do for racial equity, and it's the right thing to do to help restore lives that have been disrupted by the harmful and unsuccessful war on drugs. Members, vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 71 ayes and 59 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
We need to move on to the next bill. The next bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 2934. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 2934, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to human services, the unofficial engrossment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Noor, to describe the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Let me begin by thanking the amazing staff we have. This bill will not have been possible without the support of the nonpartisan staff, Danielle Pugnelli, Sarah Sunderman, Doug Berg, our committee administrator, Sean Herring, our committee legislative assistant, Sebastian Gonzalez Navarro, our committee page Tenzin, and also the DFL research, Joe Durheim, the GOP research, Jonathan Carter, to the DHS staff who have been amazing throughout this process. But I also wanted to thank all the members, because this bill is not about one side. This bill is about who we care about. I wanted to particularly thank Lead New Brindley for her support throughout the process and for their input in this bill. This is truly a labor of love. This is about passion and compassion. Madam Speaker and members, this bill is a generational investment. It's a historic investment. It's about caring for our loved ones and making the smart economic choices for families and communities. This bill is centered on direct support professionals, a majority of whom are women and people of color, who earn a median wage of $13 per hour with few or no benefits while providing compassionate and life-sustaining care. This results in exceptionally high turnover rates, estimated to be about 60%. Members, Minnesota is currently experiencing an unprecedented workforce shortage. Just in the healthcare alone, we have more than 52,000 vacancies. Madam Speaker and members, this bill will strengthen the caregiving workforce, improving the quality of life for families and boost economic security for direct support professionals by creating good-paying jobs to make it possible for families and workers alike to thrive economically and also health-wise. Members, we're in the midst of caregiving crisis, worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic, the inflation, and also the workforce shortage. Seniors and elders and people with disabilities are struggling to find and afford care, forcing families to make difficult decisions like leaving the workforce in order to care for a loved one. This bill, Madam Speaker and members, brings us closer to ensuring that no one must wait to get the care they deserve, and no direct care worker has to live below the poverty line and provide this care. This bill increases payment to promote recruitment, retention of direct support professionals, increases wages, creates workforce incentives and training opportunities. Madam Speaker and members, to start with, we are investing $890 million in the PCA, or the Personal Care Assistance Program, which is now known as the Community First Services and Support CFSS. This will take the PCA workers from $13.81, or if you are under the SEIU contract, from $15.25 to $19 an hour, a historic investment unlike any other time. This bill also creates a $20 an hour in 2025, with also steps that are included in the bill. If you've worked in the industry, you'll be receiving $22.50 if you've been there for 5 years. This ratifies the SEIU contract, which also includes some benefits and incentives, but it also takes care of the traditional PCA providers and the PCA choice, which I just discussed. When you look in the CFSS model, which we hope that will be implemented, that also takes care of the budget and the agency model. Madam Speaker and members, we are invested in the DWRS by investing almost $264 million. And also ICFDD, which we have had from many folks across the state who came before us, for those who have been receiving $148 per diem per day, will now see a $260 per diem per day, with also indexing it to the inflation. Madam Speaker and members, unlike any other time, we are investing almost $875 million in the elderly waiver, which has never happened before. When we got the discussions, we know that they're earning $13 an hour. With this bill, they'll be able to receive close to $17 an hour. We are also invested in other home and community-based services in this bill. We're also addressing the reduction of harm that is caused by substance use disorder. Madam Speaker and members, in this bill, we're also separating the DCT, Direct Care and Treatment, from the Department of Human Services. Likewise, within the bill, Madam Speaker and members, we are investing in incentives for those who are in home and community-based services. We are also investing in workforce development of up to $100 million. With that, Madam Speaker, I'm ready to answer any questions and respond to the amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fischer is moving to amend Senate File 2934. The first unofficial engrossment as follows. The amendment is coded A12.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A12 amendment is a compromise language that Representative Baker, myself, worked out with DHS. It's about creating a work group to address opioid treatment programs, to make recommendations on opioid use disorder, including case management rates, and it's coming back with a report for our next session. I would ask for a green vote.
Any discussion to the Fischer amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Altendorf moves to amend Senate File number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Today I am offering the A9 amendment. There is a nursing home facility in my district in Red Wing, Bayview Nursing Home, and this is one of actually only 2 nursing homes in the state of Minnesota that offers a higher level of care to traumatic brain injury patients. What this amendment does is it's increasing the funding, and this is not a district issue, although I do know that there's nursing homes that are in need of financial assistance all over the state. This truly is a state issue, as this facility is taking in TBI patients from all over the state of Minnesota. And so with that, I ask you to vote in support of helping this nursing home.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Noor moves to amend the Altendorf amendment to Senate File number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A16.
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Altendorf, I think we've had some significant discussion on this issue. The Red Wing facility is providing Rule 80, and I think this is request an exception that was only provided to one facility in the state when the VBR system was adopted. With that, we are removing the Fergus Falls nursing facility from your amendment and creating one time, only 2 years rate increase for the facility in Red Wing so that they can bring more resources to support the patients. With that, I will ask you to vote for the amendment to the amendment, Madam Speaker and members.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Any discussion? The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Chair Noor. The amendment is, for Fergus Falls, it's a little different than Red Wing. What it does, it changes the property status of it because it was built prior to 2018, but not 2018 where they changed property status. It's kind of complicated. At the end of the day, they would get additional funding that would allow them to take care of their residents. That's really what it is, but it has to do with the property status of it. I know I've been talking to Chair Noor, and he has indicated that he'll continue to work with us on that. Of course, I will be supporting yes. It is a facility in my district. It provides phenomenal care to the residents of not just Fergus Falls, but into Otter Tail County, and I would suspect even into Grant County. So it does change the status of the property, which allows them to take care of their residents. So I would ask for a yes vote, and I look forward to continue to work on this. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. On the underlying amendment, is there discussion? Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank Chair Noor for working with me on this issue. As I said, this was a very special case where there's only one, or this one is one of two in the whole state, and this really is a state of Minnesota issue. So thank you, members, for supporting this and saying yes.
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I would like members to vote yes, and Representative Baca will continue to have the conversation about the Fergus Falls facility. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Altendorf amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Backer moves to amend Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This deals with non-emergency transfers of patients that need help but doesn't need an ambulance. One of the challenges you will hear from especially your volunteer services is acting like a taxi service. Extremely frustrating, extremely frustrating. Even your professional service, if you're an EMT or paramedic or first responders, we all know what the word means, taxi service. They don't need emergency care. But unfortunately, we don't have the funding in this bill to provide that type of funding that helps a lot in our rural counties across the state. Up in Clay County, Representative Keeler, and down to Representative Petersburg, down to Owatonna, and across the state. But it also helps, of course, in the metro area. We do know that there is a growing minority population that helps as drivers in the metro area, in the suburban area. So we need a vehicle, not trying to be funny, but we do need a method to transport care. And I was talking to Representative Keel beforehand. She has carried this bill several times. Of course, she can't be with us today. And one of the things that she wanted me to share with all the members is, especially in her perspective in Polk County, up in northern Minnesota, we have to travel miles and miles and miles for this type of care. If you're in, for example, Dumont, Minnesota, you have to go either to Fargo or to Alexandria, or if you're up in Thief River Falls and you have to go to Stanford in Fargo, or maybe you have to go down to Hennepin Medical Center down in the metro area. So these individuals need this type of care, and without the funding, guess what? They're going to dial 911, because I would accurately say 45% of my runs over the last 28 years have been taxi rides, not an emergency. And most of your volunteers in your district that has volunteer EMTs or EMRs will say, hey, when that pager goes off, if it's an emergency, boom, no problem. But when it's a taxi ride, there are people in my profession has decided not to renew their license because that's not why they signed up, not for a taxi ride. So I would ask for your support. And I would, first we got an amendment. Okay.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Noor moves to amend the Backer Amendment to Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A15.
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I know there's some challenges with non-emergency medical transportation services. And yes, we will continue to work on this issue as we move forward. But today, I just wanted to make sure that we highlight the need for the policy language because it's a really great policy that is added in this amendment. So we're removing the cost. And Representative Backer, as we have had the discussion, I wanted to make sure that we maintain this policy moving forward while we discuss how we will support the cost for the bill. So I'll ask members to vote green on the amendment to the amendment.
Discussion. The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Noor and Madam Speaker. The challenge without the funding, unfortunately, it's more mandates. I understand what the chair is referring to, but at the end of the day, without the funding, we have more mandates of paperwork that we have to do. Especially services that operate a volunteer service. That means, like if we had this in my community, our emergency managers would have to be doing it, and they're already maxed out. So I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote on this, and I'm going to ask for a roll call.
Representative Backer requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Backer.
And we want to provide care. To provide care, we need funding. And that, without the funding, additional paperwork, additional time away, and I'm more focused to our volunteer services, we don't have a lot of time. So without the funding, we're going to be doing more taxi runs, which puts more burden on those times in which someone dials 911 and really needs that emergency care. So that's why I'm not in favor for additional paperwork without the funding. So members, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I too rise in opposition to the Noor amendment, and I stand in favor of the Backer amendment. Members, recently, Representative Don Gilman and I experienced a situation where non-emergency medical transportation should have been used. Would Representative Gilman yield to a question?
She will. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Representative Gilman. You and I have had quite an interesting time down here in St. Paul, and our eyes have really been opened up, including the time we came back to the hotel after celebrating my birthday, and there was a stabbing that had taken place at the hotel, and the roads were blocked off. Remember that? And then recently, 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago, we were on our way home when we saw a lady, or we thought it was a lady, laying out like a little mermaid on the street, and we decided to check that out. Would you remind me what transpired that evening?
Representative Gilman, please relate it to the amendment under consideration. Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's see if I can do that. All right, so when we did come back to our hotel and we saw, I would say, 8 to 10 suitcases, a woman laying on the corner of the sidewalk with her feet up in the air, we did get curious. And we thought we were together, so we'd go out and find out what was happening. Because we also live about a block away from a facility that would house her safely for the evening. So we went out to go see what was happening. She was on the phone, but as we were approaching, we saw a little girl sitting on a blanket right around these suitcases that were around her. And in the process, found out there was a bystander that also is in an apartment there who was trying to help her call someone, get some housing, find out more about her situation. And in the process, she called 911 of us trying to figure out if we could get her safely into the shelter for the evening. And, you know, she came up for a clean start from Nebraska, a domestic violence situation. And as the paramedics pulled up, you know, we just learned more about the situation. And we learned about the St. Paul Alliance, you know, different things like that, the HEART program, you know, just things that we could do to help her find a social worker to help her get what she needed. It was very concerning because that ambulance ride we know is not cheap. The paramedics have never heard of the St. Paul Alliance or the HEART program or any social workers, and they respond to calls like this all the time. So go onto the ambulance, you know, 8 to 10 suitcases, a little girl that was displaced with her mother, and yeah, it was a tragic. Like it's just hard to see, and again, the paramedics that responded had many things to do that evening, and they didn't have help for her. So,
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And yes, it was shocking to see that this individual, who is not hurting, not in any danger, except she needed housing that night, which Representative Gilman and I and another lady that lives at the Custom House, her name is Lynn, attempted to find housing for her and her child that evening. But she called up the 911 and ordered an ambulance like an Uber. Like an Uber. Members, non-emergency medical transportation is extremely important. It's important in the rural parts. It's important in the metro parts. We are just asking for a little bit more funding to help these organizations stay afloat and to keep our tax dollars a little bit lower. So, Representative Backer, I appreciate the work that you do. You know, many of you probably don't know that I do work for Representative Jeff Backer. And there are many times that because I work from home, and so I'll have to check in with him and let him know what I'm doing for that day because it is on the honor policy. He expects me to be working from home, and so, you know, I have to check in every so often, and sometimes I forget that, so he reminds me, like, Mary, you really should be checking in. But when I will check in, sometimes he's like, I am so sorry. I have been out all night long on an ambulance call. He does not brag about these things, but he highlights the work that he does to bring those issues to us, to show us what is happening, and what he sees, and how important that non-emergency medical transportation is. And there was a time I was up in his district getting some training, and we were selling a product, and we were on the road, and he showed me where all these little accidents had taken place, or where he had picked up an individual that had some sort of a crisis, or an accident, or where somebody had passed away from an accident, and highlighting just how important these individuals are. So, Madam Speaker, I just ask that the body vote no on the Noor amendment and then vote yes on the underlying bill. I want to also thank the non-emergency medical transportation, the unsung heroes of our communities, while I'm up here on the House floor. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. A few of us on the floor have been on the EMSRB and have quite a bit of information and background on the emergency life-saving programs we've got out there. That relates to this amendment because, as it was touched on, a fair amount of times those resources are utilized for non-emergency medical transport and other activities. We learned, common in healthcare, and especially has been shown during the pandemic, routine and preventative exams and care allow for something to be taken care of before it is an emergency, before it is life-threatening. Non-emergency medical transport, besides not taking the bandwidth for the ambulances, it's how people that have difficulty getting around and getting to their doctor's appointment get there for their routine exams, their preventative treatments, so they do not get to the point of where it's an emergency or life-threatening. So this funding not only helps the non-emergency medical transport, it helps the people stay in better health, prevent them from getting into worse health, and assists the bandwidth for the emergency transport. So there are many facets to this amendment, the underlying amendment, that would be taken away and hampered by this amendment to the amendment. Please vote no on that, and please vote yes on the underlying.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 60 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. We are on the underlying Backer amendment. Any further discussion to the Backer amendment? Representative Backer.
Madam Speaker and members, one of the reasons I'm disappointed that we did not see the funding, because we're talking about a lot of individuals in your district that needs this type of care. I've been very focused on how it affects EMS personnel, but it also affects individuals because there are individuals who don't get care. Now, you heard me talking about taxi runs, but I did not talk about that individuals who need care, who doesn't get care because they don't want to feel a burden. They don't mind taking a ride someplace, but they don't have someone to give them a ride to get that important care. And as we know, if they don't get that care and they wait and wait and wait, I've seen it many times, then it gets bad, then they call 911 and we show up, and so forth. Representative Hewitt knows that same scenario when he served. So with that amendment being on, Madam Speaker, I'm going to withdraw my amendment.
Representative Backer withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A11.
The member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker, on your A11 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I think it's okay. Yep, there it is. Members, I want to take you down a little bit of a story about how we kind of got here with the OPIP, which is called the Opioid Prescribing Improvement Program. My good friend and colleague, Representative Bierman, and I have been working on this for a couple of years, and this came about from the good work from a lot of providers in the state of Minnesota that got together, what I would consider the height of our awareness how bad the opioid crisis was in Minnesota. And there was a working group that was put together by a number of doctors, providers, some legislators were on it. I was not on that council or that working group, and it expired probably a year and a half, 2 years ago. From that, was put forward the opioid prescribing improvement program. What it was designed to do was to make sure that people who could prescribe opioids were told, how do you rank in your disciplinary of your field of medicine, and how are you prescribing as compared to your colleagues? And at that time, we had some real runaway providers that were really prescribing heavy amounts, more than should have been. And this was actually happening before the final outcome of the OPIP here. What the A11 does, members, is we relook at this. We have found that there are problems within DHS and their ability to, maybe it's properly communicate with the providers, especially those that are dealing with patients with the hardest pain issues to deal with. We'll call them the chronic pain. They have intractable pain. There is nothing anybody can really do for their pain but to try to manage it. And the last couple of years, Representative Bierman and I have been a part of conversations with citizens that are really having problems with this. We have been communicating with pain specialists in their field. We have been hearing the stories about how with this enactment a couple years ago of the OPIP, it was becoming harder and harder for doctors to prescribe what they found and they felt like was the proper amount of opioids and their MMEs, which is a morphine milligram equivalent. You'll hear that at different times. So what we learn when policy is changed in any state, not just Minnesota, but what we learn is when you are at a crisis, you move quickly, you want to fix things, you sometimes go too far. This is an example of that. And I think that what we have learned is in the last, again, couple years, everything's been moving very, very quickly, I would say in a good way, with our healthcare systems that have done an exceptional job getting their arms around how their providers are providing opioids in medicine and how they're talking to their patients, how they're looking for signals if they think they have somebody that might be in substance use disorder mode. They are understanding and they're taking the time. I even want to say back when I first arrived here back in 2015, I think it was a year after I was here, that the Minnesota Dental Association came to me and said, Rep. Baker, we have a problem because we have too many dentists overprescribing for a wisdom tooth extraction. And I was so impressed with that association coming to me saying, please help us write a bill to have our folks slow it down. That was the beginning of a lot of really good awareness. And we did that, and they have been, everybody's been coming along very well since then. So what is here with the A11 is the idea that we need to sunset this thing. And what I'm doing today, members, is I want to bring it to your attention that this is an area that we're not done cooking this thing yet. We need some more work on this. There's a lot of conversations going on with people in chronic pain that have been visiting with us. We have a lot of doctors that are pulling away from this specialty care of medicine because DHS has made it very difficult for them to want to keep doing this because of the regulations and because of the report cards that have been going out and how the paperwork is becoming too much. So we have work to do on this. This is a discussion about righting the pendulum, folks, about how we want to do this. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Bierman would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Bierman, number one, I just want to thank you very much for being alongside of me and on these discussions. We have probably had a half a dozen meetings, Zoom calls, over the last 18 months with DHS and with the other folks on this. Could you give me just an understanding of where you see things are at on this issue today, Rep. Bierman, and how you sort of can either support what I'm kind of saying, but I would like to have your take before I take my next step with the amendment. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Baker, and thank you for your work in this area. We've been working closely, as you mentioned, on this issue for a number of, not just residents in our own districts, but people across the state, and I would say across the nation. That bill that we drafted last year that took effect last August was something that developed a patient-centered care approach and protected doctors who are pain specialists, addiction specialists, who are able then to treat above that MME that you spoke about, that the CDC had changed, and many states around the country are taking steps to reduce the harm, basically, that was caused by those guidelines that became state laws in too many states, Minnesota being one of them. So we have moved that pendulum back toward the center, and I think we're doing good work on that. And there's states now that are looking to Minnesota's law to model their own laws based on that and the success that we're having, moving that to a patient-centered care and letting doctors prescribe as they see fit when they're needing to prescribe opioids for pain when other modes of treatment are not available. So there's a lot to this. It's a very complex area, and it does intersect with the epidemic that continues to rage across this country and kill more people. But this is a separate issue from that, and Rep. Baker's done great work in this area, and hope to continue it with him. Thank you.
Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker, thank you, and thank you for that, Representative Bierman. And I also want to thank Chair Fischer and Representative Frederick for their work in this, again, this complicated area to make sure that we start managing the pain right. To our chair, Mr. Mahmoud Noor, Representative Noor, thank you again for allowing us to have these conversations. Members, I'm going to withdraw the amendment today, the A11. I know this has got some more work to do, but I wanted to make sure that I brought this to the attention of our full member body here to let you know our eyes are on this. We have to make some changes at DHS, and I want to make sure we take this to conference and get it better before we bring it back. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Baker withdraws the A11 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
The member from Candy Ojai, Representative Baker, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, again. And I want to talk a little bit more about opioids. I think we're about done with a lot of this. It's an important part of Chair Noor's bill. And again, we have more work to do on this area. My bill, or the A10 amendment, brings some concerns that I have in the current bill that we're talking about today. We are sunsetting an important part of a language bill that was done a couple years ago, back in 2019, with then Chief Author Representative Liz Olson. At the time, there was great bipartisan work on this done on the House File 400 bill, which I have talked to you about this on the floor before. It has gotten a lot of national attention. It has gotten, certainly we got the pharmaceutical companies' attention back in the day. And I think Representative Olson and I probably, maybe not for her, but for me, it'll be one of my top 3 bills when I'm done here someday. It'll be one of those bills that I am super proud of. We carefully crafted a first ever in the country kind of a plan with a very specific council set up with very specific seats at that table. So the people around the state of Minnesota, persons in long-term use, we had legislators on this, we have legislators on this council, we have agencies there, we have doctors there, pain specialists. I don't have the list in front of me, my apologies, but we have 19 members that are voting members. We also have non-voting members that, again, are agencies. I happen to be currently the chair of the ORAC Council and it's something that probably I work on as much on that side of things as I do here in the legislature with all the other bills that I carry. It's very important to me, and obviously, as you know, it's personal to me. It was carried alongside of then Senators Julie Rosen and Senator Chris Eaton, two champions in this area. When they saw a need was there, they really worked hard alongside of Representative Olson and I. So this bill is important, and it's up and running. It's a proud thing that's happening in DHS world. It's being administered by DHS. I work closely with them. The changes that are being proposed today are problematic, and they trouble me. And I want to just bring this up that I don't want to go into a long issue with this. I want to take this further on. I want to see where it goes when we take it to conference. But again, I want to understand better. The governor has been wanting to add seats to the council, and the ORAC council has voted before to say, no, we don't want to put 11 new members on the council when we're already of 19. That is not what we need to do. I also, an important part of this bill that was written a couple years ago was the sunset provision, and I want to focus on that for a second because it was what the Republicans needed to have in order to kind of pass that bill in the Senate that was controlled by the Republicans. And around here, members, I think our word has to matter. When you make a deal, you need to stick with these deals. And Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Liz Olson would yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Baker.
Representative Olson, again, our work on this will be part of my lifelong achievements. I know that when you and I worked on this and negotiated things back and forth, there was a lot of things that we did kind of back and forth. Do you recall, Representative Olson, when we got to the sunset discussions, how much money the state, we wanted to receive to the state in order for that sunset clause to be able to be repealed? The sunset, by the way, members, is when we raised the licensing fees dramatically to all licensed pharmaceuticals that sell us drugs here in Minnesota. We raised it up substantially. And to that, part of the agreement was after we reach a certain number of dollars, we're going to sunset that. So I just want to see if Representative Olson can recall some of those conversations, kind of what was the amount we were trying to get to help Minnesotans in this. And if you could run us through your recollection of that, Representative Olson, I sure would appreciate that.
Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Baker. So this was 2019, the House File 400 when it left the floor, it did not have a sunset provision. The House position going into conference was no sunset. And you probably remember as well as I do, you offered several amendments offering sunset, and we voted those down as a body. And so we went into conference without a sunset.
Representative Baker.
And I'll continue the story. As it left the House without a sunset, it ended up with a sunset at the final version of the bill, came back to the House and passed off the floor. Again, I think that it was an important part of us getting, there was I think 111 votes on the Minnesota House floor that year, so it was a very bipartisan bill. Because what we were trying to get to and how the messaging is going is we needed our own funding source without coming back to the taxpayers. We thought pharmaceutical companies could help pay for some relief to our communities with monies that we could gain by raising the licensing fees for a period of time to be able to give us a kickstart as to how we want to help our communities. Knowing full well, likely we were going to have lawsuits coming to Minnesota as well. So fast forward 3 years, we now know what we have in lawsuits. And when the bill finally did pass the House floor back in 2019, our goal was when we reached $250 million to the state of Minnesota, either through licensing fees or lawsuits, we would end it, we would sunset the higher licensing fees so our cost of health care wouldn't be higher than anyone else. That was the deal we made. And today I'm just concerned that the sunset provision is being eliminated, or it's in the bill currently that wants to remove that. Already, members, we're at $545 million coming to Minnesota just in lawsuits over the next 16 years when the final bill's passed this year. So there's different phases of the lawsuits coming. So right now, we have more than surpassed the 250 million mark. Today, members, I'm not going to belabor this at all. I'm concerned that this is part of the language. I'm grateful that the language is a little different in the other body. I'm not going to call for a roll call vote. In fact, I'm just going to withdraw the amendment as well, Madam Speaker, just because, again, we've got a lot of work to do on this. This is important. I wanted to make sure the members understood. When we make deals, we should stick with them because that's how the deal was constructed. That's how handshakes take place. And I hope members appreciate the work that we all did on this if you were here then, and it's something that we should try to maintain as best we can. Our results are actually turning out better than we imagined. I'd like to see this in place because currently the lawsuit, currently the sunset doesn't expire until the year 2031. So we still have another 7-8 years to go. So Madam Speaker, I withdraw the A10.
Representative Baker withdraws the A10 amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend Senate File number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, today I rise on a friendly amendment. Speaking to the A2 amendment, it requires DHS to contract with a third-party vendor for the auditing process for the nursing home cost reports. And you may ask why I'm asking for that. Members, the process for nursing home reimbursement, I've told you, comes from this body here. And what's important to know is that it's a retrospective payment system. And specifically right now, I just got an update this morning to see where are we at with cost reports. Nursing homes can't set their rates, whether they're nonprofit or they're for-profit. So this idea that people are making money, nobody is. So I want to let you know where we're at with cost reports. Right now, 81% of the cost reports from 2020 have been completed for nursing homes, and we had 345 nursing homes in 2020. So that means 20% haven't been done. So you can do the math. What year are we in right now? 2023. So 20% of the nursing homes are working off of 2019 rates. Has anything changed since 2019? It's called what? It's a one word. I can think of it. Gee, so then I asked, okay, tell me where are we at for 2021 cost reports? Well, guess how many have been completed? Just guess. 90%? 80%? What would you guess? Representatives? 35% of the cost reports from 2021 have been completed by DHS. I hope you're as alarmed as I am, because the shocking implosion of our nursing homes, 2021, we had 341 facilities left. We all have heard the number 300 nursing homes. You can see the trend lines. And we can see the stats. We haven't even done 2022 cost reports. It's 2023. So people in 2021 are carrying the costs from all of 2022, which is 12 months. We can all do simple math. And we've got 4 months we've all been here. So that's 12 plus 4 is 16 months. And if they're in that 2020, add another year. How many of you could run a business like that? How many? And we wonder why we have an implosion. It's absolutely inexcusable to sit here when this body makes the laws that govern this body called nursing homes, and we fail to take action. There are auditors that do audits all across the country for healthcare. United Health has audits. Everybody you can think of has audits. So this is an amendment, and I'm passionate about this because I've been in nursing homes for 40 years. I've been in small ones that are 50 beds in rural Minnesota, and I've also been down here in St. Louis Park, in college working. I've been in the greater Minnesota area. I've worked in several nursing homes, and nothing's changed on this funding strategy. I've been hearing this as a concern, and now I'm thinking, I never really knew the meat and potatoes of why. Now that I'm here, and I'm in the House of Representatives, I can see why we have a mess. And a responsibility to share this with you as members, because our nursing homes, this is not their fault. And we can make it better. So members, we cannot leave this session without addressing the only step down for the hospitals that has 24-hour nurses. Just today, there's an article in the Duluth News Tribune from the hospital up there, Essentia. They're very worried that nursing homes are not in the funding stream because they know what's coming. They see the crazy train. It's going to hit them like a freight train because they're going to have to keep these people in the beds in the hospitals with no discharge plan because the assisted livings aren't going to take them back if they can't meet their needs because they're going to get another deficiency from the very body we mandate called the state of Minnesota. They can't afford this continual crazy train that we're on. So we can go around the tree the same way, but it's not going to serve Minnesota seniors. So members, and I've enjoyed working with Representative Noor. He knows I'm passionate about health care. He is too, and I appreciate his leadership. I have no issues of what's in this bill and what's in what he's done. He's done phenomenal work, and so has Rep. Keeler, and so has Lee Brindley. My issues of and I've made it very clear for 4 months, my issues are what's not in this bill. And what's not in this bill is going to cost Minnesota dearly. So I ask us to urge and to really think about this friendly amendment so we can get these audits up to date. Thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Noor moves to amend the Zalesnikar amendment to Senate File number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A14.
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zalesnikar, I think what we can do here with this amendment is change the shall to may. So this is a friendly amendment to the friendly amendment. I'll ask for you to vote yes on this.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Noor. And Representative Zalesnikar, your underlying amendment is a good amendment. That 35% number is shocking. It's shocking. And again, we're in April of 2023 now. We're about a year and a half behind, and only 35% of these evaluations have been done for a year and a half ago. So this cost delay, we're talking 2 years for our nursing homes. And as Representative Zalesnikar noted, we haven't even started 2022 yet. What happened in 2022? She talked about what happened in 2019, 2020, 2022. We had a pandemic. And then what happened following that pandemic? The worst inflation in our country's history. Record inflation in this country. Now, here's the problem. For our nursing homes, they have to pay what they have to pay today. The cost of food is what it is today with that inflated price. The cost of incontinence products are the cost they are today, regardless of what that reimbursement is. The cost is what it is. And so our nursing homes are being reimbursed based on dollars from 2019. Because, of course, the review has not even been completed for 2021 yet, let alone 2022. And members, here's the problem. You're going to hear today, we've already heard it, you're going to hear more about it, about this massive increase that our nursing homes are getting, $850 million. That's their forecasted increase. Well, that forecasted increase is still based on 2019 or 2020. It's not even based on 2021. We don't even have those numbers yet. So we talk about this massive forecasted increase. That's eaten up already. It's gone. That's funny money. That does not solve the problem that our nursing homes have today. But what would help is if we could get these evaluations done. And right now, DHS is clearly not getting them done. We're a year and a half out, and they've got 35% of them completed. And so we're going to play games with a may or a shall? No, we need this to get done. Our nursing homes need to get this done. And if the department can't do it, which they clearly can't, then we need to have third parties doing these audits so it gets done. Changing this from a may to a shall is a game. And Madam Speaker, I'd like a roll call on this
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I would highly recommend a no vote on the amendment to the amendment. The underlying Zalesnikar amendment is critical for our nursing homes to start being able to catch up. So we even have an honest assessment of where they are. Because again, right now, we are working off of numbers from 2020. 35% of the assessments have been done for 2021. That is abysmal. The department is not getting their job done, so we need to have somebody who can get it done do the job. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I just wanted to correct the record. No nursing home is receiving reimbursement rates from 2019. Everyone is up to date. We're looking at 2020 cost audit report from the department. Out of 345, 281 is completed. 47 are in progress and should be completed soon. 17 are going to be done. That is the only number remaining in 2020. And let me give you the 2021 reports. 120 out of 341 is already completed. Audit in progress, 44. Those with minimal need that need to be completed are 30. And the audit that have already started are 147. So for the record, no one is receiving a reimbursement rate based on 2019. And the department is doing a great job to make sure that they can complete these audit reports to reimburse the nursing facilities.
Further discussion on the Noor amendment to the Zalesnikar amendment. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Noor yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Noor, and I've looked at that data too. Would you say the nursing homes are reimbursed with actual costs? Do you see that the nursing homes are carrying expenses for 12 months, would you say? Would you say it's the average is 18 months that they're carrying? What would you say the average has been for the nursing homes to carry the costs before they are reimbursed with the new rate structures?
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zalesnikar. I think it varies, as I noted right now, when we're talking about 2020 rates and also 2021. So it can go up to 21 months with the delay process because of the VBR, the value-based reimbursement system, the way it was designed, and therefore it depends on which facility and how they do their cost reporting. That takes into account the operating cost, the external fixed cost, and the property cost, which I think the audit process takes time, and I think the nursing facilities have been operating under that model for a long time.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Noor continue to yield for question?
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
And Representative Noor, I understand and I appreciate the complexity of the nursing home funding. If I'm hearing you, though, it is possible that we have several Minnesota nursing homes with a delayed payment of up to 21 months currently. I think that it's a fair statement for us to say that 21 months is a long carrying rate for our nursing homes with the increased inflation that we all see with food, supplies, property taxes, that 21 months is a long time to carry expenses. Would you agree with that?
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zelensnikar, as we have talked about the VBR process in the hearings, it's complicated. And quite frankly, yes, there's a delay in the process because of the value-based reimbursement process. But no nursing home will be denied their payment based on non-reimbursable process because the cost auditing has to be completed in order for them to receive their current payment rates from the department.
Representative Zelensnikar. Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the Noor amendment to the Zelensnikar amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. We are on the Zelensnikar underlying amendment. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails, the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schumacher moves to amend Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A3.
The member from Rock, Representative Schumacher. It's the rock in there. I was just trying to, yes. Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The A3 amendment will codify the forecasted dollars for the nursing home industry and ensure that those numbers actually come into place. We've seen the talking point being ballied about from the Department of Human Services and from the DFL in their tweets last week, and we just want to make sure that that talking point is fulfilled at the end of the day. There is an issue when we talk about how much money an industry is going to be receiving, and we're actually talking about the forecasted amount that money, that is where the number is being quoted from. And so this will just codify the underlying money there to make sure that that money is actually going to be a part of this. The issue that we have with forecasting, we heard a little bit about it in the previous amendment while Representative Noor Brindley was talking about her incontinence products and how expensive those are getting, that the prices are going up, but the forecasts don't reflect that exactly at this point. And so we're basing our forecasts off of old numbers, and we're basing them on the higher end of things. And what we've seen in previous forecasts is that number goes down. When we look at what the forecast was for nursing homes 4 years ago, they were expected to receive $597 million in new funding over the next 4 years. So we could have said back then that there was $597 million that was going to be going to nursing homes over the next 4 years. But as we learned, the reality of that was that they actually received $404 million in new dollars, which was a $193 million reduction overall from what they actually got based on the forecast. So if we're going to say that the nursing home industry is going to be receiving $853 million in new money, that's only true if we actually lock that in and codify that into the budget overall. These are tough numbers to really wrap our heads around. The $853 million that's in the forecasted amount is reflective of projections and not reflective of what the actual costs are. The nursing home industry understands that that this money was expected to be coming as part of their base, yet their request was higher than that. And it's really because of the vicious cycle that our nursing homes have seen over the last 3 years in trying to compete and collect workforce in order to keep their doors open. And so this vicious circle occurs, and it affects all areas of our healthcare system, particularly our hospital system. Hospitals like to get patients out of their beds and moved into beds where they can receive the best care that they can, and oftentimes that's in our nursing home system. But with nursing home staff being harder and harder to find and to run, they aren't able to take those residents in as patients from the hospitals, and so they don't collect the revenue on that, which means that they aren't able to hire new staff, and it becomes a vicious circle. The other point to make on this vicious circle that nursing homes are experiencing today is that when they can't find the staff, but they need to keep the doors open and provide care for the residents that they currently have, they end up going to contract nursing. But contract nursing, it doesn't fall under the directly reimbursable rates that we have in the state. If I would have had a crystal ball 5 or 6 years ago when we put this legislation together, we might have tried to address that a little bit better. But the contracted nursing obviously charges at a higher rate than what an in-house nurse would be charged, and we don't reimburse for that same rate. And so that comes out of the reserves that the nursing homes have and have to work with. And that's really where a large amount of the request, additional to what is in the base, is for our nursing homes. And so when they're asking for this extra money, it's not that the money is going to be provided. They already have it calculated for what the base is going to be. Their request is higher to meet with the realities of what they have today. And so, members, I would just ask that as we look at this, we think about the 2,500 nursing home beds which have closed over the last 3 years, and understand that the $853 million amount is based off of forecasted numbers which have been reduced from previous by over 20%. For that, and that those numbers are baked in, and even still, there is a shortage in what we have here. And so what we're doing with this amendment is just baking that into the piece for us, and so we can address that forecast. Unfortunately, just like the talking point, this about how nursing homes are going to get more funding than they've ever received before, the way that we structured this amendment is also not a workable solution. And so we need to just fund nursing homes the way they're supposed to be funded and do it the right way. And so, Madam Speaker, I unfortunately have to withdraw this amendment, but hope that this helps shed light on the inaccuracies of the talking points that we see out there today. Thank you.
Representative Schumacher withdraws the A3 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A7-1.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I believe that by now everyone has an idea of the problem we are facing. At least I hope they do. I'm not convinced that everyone understands that it is a legitimate problem, because certainly to this point we have not seen that anybody is willing to do something about it. However, as I said last night when we tried to put some grant funding in place for nursing homes, we have a current crisis. It is not a looming crisis. It's not something that may or may not happen in the future. Nursing homes closing is something that has been happening. It is something that is currently happening, and it is something that is going to continue happening in the future if this legislature does not act. I had an article passed out, so all of you should have this editorial article from the Star Tribune at your desks, and I hope you will take a minute to read it. I hope you will take the time to read it, because it is not partisan, but I want to just draw your attention to one paragraph where it says, "These facilities are now facing an existential threat from financial headwinds, and Minnesota lawmakers need to take heed and act swiftly." Specifically, a robust short-term aid package this session should be a priority to help these facilities weather post-pandemic staffing challenges and inflation. So members, the amendment you have before you now, the A7, helps to do just that. Now, we recognize that there is not enough money in this bill, there's not enough money in this target to fully address the needs of our nursing homes. But what this amendment does is cobble together some funding for the nursing facility grants. And this will at least help our nursing homes deal with, again, those short-term issues related in many ways to the pandemic, right? And in fact, the language addresses that, to deal with those pandemic expenses and wages. This is the short-term solution. This is the easy one, folks. This is the easy solution that we need to get done to stem the tide of closures in our nursing homes. And I would ask for a green vote on the A7 amendment.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Noor moves to amend the New Brindley amendment to Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A17.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative New Brindley, I think we really understand what are the issues that the nursing facilities are facing when it comes to during the pandemic, the workforce shortage, and the inflation. But nevertheless, I think based on the numbers that we're looking at, most of them are caught up through the reporting process with Department of Human Services. What my amendment to the amendment does is we don't want to defund the direct care and treatment, which provides much needed safety net for the state of Minnesota for individuals who are mentally ill, for individuals who are experiencing substance use disorder, for those who are experiencing challenges. And also, we don't want to take away the HIV program funding that we have in the bill. Quite frankly, there's an outbreak in Hennepin, Ramsey, and Duluth, and there's a cliff on the federal funds. So what I'm doing is I'm taking away resources from the systems to fund up to $20 million for the nursing facilities. And I'll ask you to vote yes on the amendment to the amendment.
Discussion on the Noor amendment to the New Brindley amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Noor, thank you for your explanation. I will say that we understand the needs in these other programs, which is why when we decided to fund our nursing homes, again, our nursing homes that are closing. It's like we don't understand the real ramification of what is happening here. They are closing right now. And so, in drafting my amendment, I understood that. And for the most part, we took a little bit from a lot of places so that we could fund our nursing homes. We took a little bit from a lot of different pots to get there. But to completely ignore that need, literally, the underlying amendment funds our nursing homes, gives them about $230 million for the nursing facility grants. That's what the underlying amendment does. It gives about $230 million. This amendment to the amendment gives $20 million. That is less money than I think we are spending in any of the other areas. Any. And I would say, the underlying bill language, the underlying bill spends a whopping 0.01% of our $72 billion budget on nursing homes. That's how much our Democrat colleagues have decided our senior citizens in nursing homes are worth. And frankly, that's rounding up. It's actually 0.005%. The 0.01 is rounding up. That's being generous. It's not actually 0.01% of the budget. But this 20 million, that gets us to a whopping 0.03% of $72 billion. It's a pittance. It's nothing. It's embarrassing. And it doesn't do a thing to actually solve the problems our nursing homes have. And when I say our nursing home, let's be really clear, because I know my Democrat colleagues like to talk about facilities and corporations and all these nebulous entities. A nursing home is a group of people who need care. That's what a nursing home is. It is a building filled with people. Filled with our loved ones, filled with our moms and dads, our grandmas, our grandpas. That's what a nursing home is. It's not some amorphous entity that we can't understand. A nursing home is people. And this amendment to the amendment is embarrassing. It's $20 million. When we have 300 facilities across the state that are failing, that are not going to exist in the future because they are closing actively today. They are closing. My goodness, members. Again, we were not flippant in preparing this underlying amendment. We didn't just do a money grab of all the money. We understand that there are needs. We took that surgical approach to cobble together this money. But frankly, it is the least we can do. Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call on the amendment to the amendment.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Vote no on the Noor amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion on the Noor amendment to the amendment. Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I know we'll be talking more about nursing homes. Representative Schumacher, I think he was the chief author of the bill when we created the value-based reimbursement. Through that process, since 2016, we have seen 83% increase for the VBR. That's approximately 10% per month. 10. And if you look at the national monthly cost, the median is at $9,034. While in Minnesota, it's $13,072. Quite frankly, we have got the largest expenditure when it comes to the nursing facilities than any other state neighboring us. I think with the $853 million baked in, if I had any other program, let's say in our K-12, in any other department getting baked in, resource that you don't have to worry about, I'll have taken that a long time ago. This is something that we've already invested in. And the critical nursing facilities that are in greater Minnesota, the additional resources on top of that of $4 million will ensure that 550 residents in greater Minnesota stay in their areas, so they're close to their family members. We are making sure that those who need the most get the help that they need. With this additional $20 million, it will keep some of the struggling nursing homes. It's not the 300 and some, it's only few who need the extra help, and quite frankly, this will make sure that they stay open. Likewise, I think the resources in the elderly waiver unlike any other time, most of the nursing facilities do have an assisted living. They rely on the elderly waiver, and they're not able to take them because we're paying them $13 an hour. Our bill makes sure that $17 an hour, close to, for the elderly waiver. So those assisted living facilities that care for dependent and independent individuals continue to receive those services in their areas, in their districts, in their neighborhoods, unlike any other time. If you want to take that money away that we're putting in the elderly waiver, let's talk about that, because it has never happened ever before. We are taking care of those who are 65 and above by investing all those resources in where they're needed. When you look at the rates that we're paying in nursing facilities, as of right now, it's $90 an hour. By 2025, the projection is the CNA who's working in a nursing facility, they will be receiving $23 an hour. Members, in PCA right now, we are paying for SEIU contract $15.25. Non-contract members, $13.81. Compare the rates that we're paying. We can do this better. And I think with this $20 million, takes care of a significant number of facilities, and we should vote green for the amendment to the amendment.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Noor yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Noor, the acoustics sometimes don't follow very well here. So I heard you mention about the investments into elderly waiver. I also think I heard you say that nursing homes are going to be just fine. Is that what you had said?
Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just gave you the comparison. When a CNA who's working in a nursing facility is projected to receive $23 in the projected forecasted number, and when someone is receiving a PCA right now is going to receive $19. When someone who is providing care under the elderly waiver and assisted living, the reimbursement rate is $13 and few cents. So what I'm trying to say here is, with the baked-in forecasted program of $853 million, compared to the other programs that we're investing $2.3 billion to support long-term care, that's significant. We have never done in this chamber or any other chamber to support the long-term care as we're doing today.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're talking about the forecasted dollars in nursing homes here, members, which some of you, this is your first term. For many of us, we've been here a little longer, and we know that forecasted dollars don't exactly equate to much sometimes down the road. So be very careful when you vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the Noor amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have heard this statistic several times now, that by 2025, CNAs in nursing homes will be making $25 an hour. I'm going to finish that sentence a little bit differently. By 2025, CNAs in a nursing home facility will not exist. They'll be paid nothing because those jobs won't exist. The nursing homes are closing. I don't know how to say it more plainly. They will be making nothing because we will not have our nursing homes. We will not have the facilities to care for our most vulnerable senior citizens. That's the problem. That is the problem. And again, we took a surgical approach. We understand that they are not the only need. And you know what, Chair Noor? I apologize to you. And I've told you this before. I've told you this privately. I've told you this publicly. Your governor and your leadership have failed you. with a target they knew was inadequate, would never fund the needs that we have for the most vulnerable Minnesotans. And I am sorry that they did that to you. But now we have to do hard things. And one of those hard things is saying we can scrape up a little here and a little there to come up with a pittance for our nursing homes. $230 million over 4 years, frankly. That's it. That's all we're asking for. But instead, this amendment to the amendment is going to gut that. And it's going to say, nope, 20 million. It's not even going to make a dent in the problem. Members, vote no on the Noor amendment to the amendment.
The member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as we go about the debate today and we discuss this, I would just offer one piece of information about nursing home rates. When we try to compare our rates to other states and what other states are doing, it's worth remembering that we do have the policy in Minnesota of rate equalization. That is not something we're debating today, but it does make it difficult to compare ourselves to other states because of that piece. And so I would just urge members to have caution during the debate about comparing ourselves to other states. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the Noor amendment to the New Brindley amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's another amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend the New Brindley amendment as amended to Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A13.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We have some real needs in this state. We have just gutted the underlying amendment, but I think it is still worth acknowledging that we have facilities in dire need. And this amendment to the amendment would begin to address some of those needs. Now, it's not going to go very far at this point. It's not going to go very far. However, we will at least be able to take care of some of our facilities and help with the financial burden and the financial loss that they are dealing with. So this amendment to the amendment does just that. It identifies quite a few specific facilities that are in need. And with the resources available in this appropriation, it's limited to this appropriation, so I get it, it won't go far. It certainly is not going to fulfill all of these needs. But with the money in this appropriation, the department will have to prioritize where that money goes. But we have facilities in need. And so the A13 amendment to the amendment recognizes that, acknowledges that, and tries to put some funding into those specific facilities where their need is greatest. And I would ask for a yes vote on the A13. And Madam Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to a point of order under Rule 4.03, paragraph H.
State your point of order.
So as Representative New Brindley described quite adequately, with the adoption of the A17 amendment, we actually took down the funding amount available to spend. And so her amendment would put this out of order. And so I would ask for my point of order to be found well taken.
I find the Olson point of order well taken. Representative
Speaker.
New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would move to overturn the ruling of the Speaker and ask for a roll call vote.
Representative New Brindley requests to overturn the ruling of the Speaker, requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I didn't go into this lightly, and I understood what the Democrats were doing with the Noor amendment. As it turns out, this is not my first rodeo, and I can see how this puzzle is coming together and how these pieces fit. And so I sought some additional advice, and I spoke to our nonpartisan staff to make sure I understood what my A13 amendment to the amendment did and what is allowable. And members, what you have just been told and the ruling of the Speaker is 100% wrong. And we absolutely should overturn the ruling of the Speaker. The language in the A13 amendment is very specific of this appropriation. And then it goes into how that money needs to be dealt with. And later on, it says that remaining money should be used in other ways. It acknowledges the amendment to the amendment acknowledges that we are dealing with whatever money is available in the appropriation. Of this appropriation, this is how it is to be used. The A13 amendment does not require a larger appropriation. It does not put the bill out of balance with targets. It does none of those things. It just says that with the available money we will have, this is how it will be used. And I would encourage members to to overturn the ruling of the Speaker and vote red.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the appeal of the ruling of the Speaker. Green vote agrees with the ruling of the Speaker. A red vote disagrees with the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 59 nays, it is a judgment of the House that the ruling of the Speaker shall stand. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will... Oh, we still have the underlying New Brindley amendment as amended by the Noor amendment. Discussion on the underlying New Brindley amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 20 million is better than nothing. It's a really sad day, but it's better than nothing, and I'll take it. Please vote yes.
All those in favor of the New Brindley amendment as amended, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A6-1.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A6 amendment is a little bit different than the A7. It is still nursing home funding, but whereas the A7 amendment was for grants for some of those immediate needs, the A6 amendment is for a rate increase for our nursing homes. And I want to go back to that Star Tribune editorial article that you all have on your desks and read again. These facilities are now facing an existential threat from financial headwinds, and Minnesota lawmakers need to take heed and act swiftly. Specifically, a robust short-term aid package this session should be a priority to help these facilities weather post-pandemic staffing challenges and inflation. I'm not real sure that $20 million fits that bill, but it's better than zero. And then it says, also in order, scrutiny of whether the state's pioneering 2015 nursing home reimbursement reform needs refining, and I assure you that it does. And in fact, the language you have before you in the A6 amendment was carried by Representative Noor. That's where this language came from. Representative Edelson offered a more comprehensive bill to fund our nursing homes. And again, I get it. We didn't have the money in this bill to offer Representative Edelson's language as an amendment with a straight face. I get it. We couldn't do that. We couldn't get there. The money in the target is not there. It's not available. Because again, Chair Noor, your governor and your leadership have failed you. But what this will do is give a $26 per day rate increase. And what that amounts to is about $2 per hour for workers. It's about half of what our nursing homes need. Half of what they need. Interestingly, this is based on House File 32. The Senate companion to that is Senate File 7, which was clearly a priority for our Senate counterparts, and I appreciate that. It was in their top 10 bills. That is usually an indication of a caucus priority. It received hearings. It even got a fiscal note. That did not happen in the House. We didn't take it nearly as seriously. But we have an opportunity now to offer that longer-term solution to our nursing homes. And I would remind you, again, we've been told several times a number of things. Number one, we've been told that there's this forecasted increase. It's not real. That's not real money. And Representative Schumacher, thankfully, he explained it because, frankly, he understands it in more detail than I do. But what I do know is our nursing homes are not actually going to get $850 million. They have never, in history, actually received the forecasted increase. Not once. So that's not happening. That's not a real number, to be clear. But secondly, we talk about this forecasted increase as though, oh my goodness, it's just this windfall. It's this huge amount of money that's this windfall for nursing homes. I don't see Representative Kresha on the floor. Perhaps Representative Joachim, would she yield to a question?
Representative Joachim will yield. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just ask, Representative Joachim, can you remind us what the forecasted increase was for K-12 this year?
Representative Joachim.
I can give you an estimate. It was about 1.9%.
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Joachim. I appreciate that. 1.9%, and I think that equaled about $1.1 billion. That was the forecasted increase for K-12 going into 23-24. That's the forecasted increase. $1.1 billion. Do you know how much money we put in K-12 on top of that forecasted increase? Over $5 billion. Because there is not a person in this chamber who would make the argument with a straight face that that forecasted $1.1 billion is going to take care of our schools, is going to take care of our kids in K-12. There is not a single person in this chamber who would make that argument with a straight face. And yet here we are, try as we might to say that this forecasted increase for our nursing homes, well, my goodness, this is a windfall. This is huge. I'm surprised we're not cutting like our Democrat friends tried to do a few years ago. $150 million or $850 million, my goodness. It's a windfall to our nursing homes. It's not. It's not. In the same way, this is not sufficient for our nursing homes, in the same way that the forecasted increase is not sufficient for our schools. We continue to put money in, and a lot of it. But we are unwilling to do that for the people who have spent their lives working for Minnesota, building our state, building us. That's what they have done, and we are now abandoning them. But you've got an opportunity. You've got an opportunity here in the A6 amendment. You have an opportunity to put that rate increase in place. It's not going to do the job, just as the K-12 bill this year did not fully fund education. This bill, this amendment, is not going to fully fund the whole. It's not going to fully fund the problem, but it'll be a good step. It'll be a good step in taking care of our senior citizens. And once again, I would point out that we did not gut the rest of the bill. We did not decimate the other areas of need in the realm of human services. We took a surgical approach. We took a little bit from here and a little bit from there to come up with the resources we need to do something to just stop the bleeding in our nursing homes. And I hope that you will vote yes on this amendment. Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I would like a roll call.
Representative New Brindley requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the New Brindley amendment. Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative New Brindley. I think you answered some of the issues that we just raised about. With K-12, 1.9% increase. With the nursing facilities, 10% increase. 10% members. Since 2016, we have seen 83% increase for the nursing facility rates. Incredible. That's a significant increase compared to any other industry or groups. The $853 million rate increase that we've been talking about that is focused, that it's how the VBR process, value-based reimbursement that was passed in 2015, implemented in 2016. So members, I think the additional resources that are included here, that we're taking away resources again from DCT, direct care treatment, and some of the other program, and making those adjustments may not be appropriate in how we do funding for the nursing facilities. I'll urge you to vote no on this amendment.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I bet if we were talking about schools closing, we would be having a different conversation here on the House floor. How many schools in your districts are closing right now? How many schools are saying, I don't have enough money, we're closing the doors, we're shuttering? I'd say zero. Members, people in Minnesota are watching. They are watching us here on the House floor, and much of it is because of the nursing home crisis. So as I am sitting here, I've been getting some texts from a lady that lives in Otter Tail County. And in it, we're talking about traveling CNAs and nurses because, as you know, it is very difficult to find staff right now. So they have to hire from outside, and they call them the traveling CNAs, traveling nurses, and they are paid at a much higher wage to do this, and sometimes they even have their housing paid for, okay? And many of the nurses and the CNAs retired during the COVID situation or left to different jobs because of the work demand, the COVID vaccination mandated vaccines, various reasons. And so I responded to this lovely individual and saying, yes, that's not cheap, regarding the traveling nurses, the traveling CNAs. And the individual who was watching us here on the House floor, said nope. And people call Park Rapids, Henning, Fergus, and Alex. And there are not enough beds because there is never enough staff to cover the beds. One home in Fergus Falls had to close a wing and almost the whole nursing home because the investors got scared. It's a downward spiral. This is what this individual wrote me via text. Watching from Otter Tail County. Would Representative Murphy yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Franson.
Representative Murphy, you represent a good chunk of nursing homes, ones that I used to represent, and then you picked up a few more. Tell us what's going on in Otter Tail County.
The member from Otter Tail, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Representative Franson. One of the interactions that I had was in a small town, Battle Lake, and I talked to them about their the amount of beds that they had, and it's really similar in a lot of places, but only 58% of their beds were used, and it's because they don't have the help. And another big frustration is the cost of traveling nurses. It's a huge difference in expenses, and they're not able to pay their existing help to that kind of level, so it causes a lot of rift between employees. So it's a terrible situation. We're in a terrible state, and this is a crisis in Otter Tail County.
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A crisis. And it's not just a crisis in Otter Tail County. It is a crisis in every single county in this great state of Minnesota. Last Friday, the Minnesota House DFL majority tweeted and bragging that they were providing nursing homes with the largest amount of funding they've received in state history. So I took a screenshot of that, sent that tweet to a nursing home administrator in the district that I represent with no commentary, just the screenshot. That's all I had to say. Just send the little screenshot because I wanted to hear from this nursing home administrator without my 2 cents interfering with his thought process. And the response that I received from this nursing home administrator was this. So frustrating. They are basing this on costs from 21 months that we don't see for months. The wage inflation is eating up nursing home providers. I don't know why they don't see this, or maybe they don't care. They are also basing this on forecasts that never are fully spent. Ugh. I am sorry, but this is so upsetting. Members, these nursing home administrators are not political. They're not out campaigning for us. They're not marching in parades. They're busy caring for the people that they work for. Every year, it seems like now, they are coming to the legislature to protect the funding that they have or to ask us to make sure that their businesses stay solvent. No one wants to see a grandma or a grandpa or a loved one on the street. But that takes money, and that takes funding, and that takes investment. You have to be brave. Members, you have to buck your big party bosses and say yes to supporting our senior citizens. Yes to making sure that our nursing homes, some of which those nursing homes are the largest job provider in our county. And Representative Deb Keel, she doesn't even have a nursing home now in her county. Nope, it closed down. No more. That nursing home in Crookston, Minnesota, closed the doors because they couldn't make it. I'm looking at this body, and a lot of us are not spring chickens anymore. There are going to be some of us in this body that is going to be needing a nursing home. And maybe you will be calling around, or your loved one will be calling all around the state, like many of our constituents are right now. Imagine you've got your mom, and she needs that long-term nursing home care. And you and your mom, you are good friends. You are buddies. You like to go out for coffee every day. You visit every day. But now that nursing home that you're looking at, the closest one is 4 hours away. Is that what you want? I shudder to think so. Members, it is time to fund our seniors. Vote for the Ann New amendment, or the Representative Ann New Brindley amendment. Thank you.
The member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative New Brindley yield for a question?
She will yield. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative New Brindley, I was looking through this amendment, and I see that you're dealing with Section 256R02 in your amendment. Can you tell me what that statute is and what it does, or what that section of statute does?
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could Representative Dowd repeat the question, please?
Representative Dowd, will you repeat the question?
Thank you. Yes, I will, Madam Speaker. And Representative New Brindley, my allergies are getting me, and I feel like my head's going to explode, so I wasn't looking at you to see that you were listening to me when I was asking the question. But so the question is, on line 1.3 of your amendment, 6-1, I see that you're making changes to Section 256R02 in statute. Can you tell me what that section of statute is or what that does?
Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Dowd, 256R.02 is dealing with definitions. So these, again, this comes from the Noor House File 32 language. It comes from the Noor House File 32 language. And it redefines a few things, so it takes out, it separates things. Dietary costs, it now separates dietary costs from dietary labor costs. It does the same thing for housekeeping and some laundry, some different things. So it's 256R.02 is primarily definitions, is what we are dealing with in that section of statute. And as it relates to this nursing home funding, it is splitting out dietary costs from labor costs, like I said, housekeeping costs from housekeeping labor costs. The known cost change factor is addressed. Laundry costs from laundry labor costs. It's dealing with maintenance and plant operations, those regular costs and those labor costs. And let's see here. I believe that that's it for that section of law. That's what 256R.02 deals with, are all of those definitions that, again, were found in House File 32 originally, and now I've put them in here.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Madam Speaker, I rise to a point of order under Rule 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane. The underlying bill does not have 256R02. And just to point out the lack of importance in the bill to Democrats to fund nursing homes, that's the section of statute that would fund nursing homes, and you can't find anything in the bill that even deals with that. So I think we have to be consistent with the ruling last week and find that this point of order is well taken, and that this amendment is out of order because there isn't anything in the bill to deal with nursing homes. So 256R02 is not in the bill.
Advice, Madam Speaker?
Hold on just a second. I'm going to take a peek at the bill. Representative New Brindley, please state your advice. Members, there is on the cover sheet, you'll see on page 1, there is a reference to 256R .17 subdivision 2, 256R.25, 256R.47. I just need to find those sections in the bill and find out whether this amendment dramatically expands the scope of what's in the bill. But first I have to locate it in the bill, and I don't have control find up here. So I'm hoping somebody can find the page number.
Madam Speaker, just to be consistent with the last ruling, it's chapter and verse that we're looking for.
Representative Dowd, I didn't hear you. Could you repeat what you said?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just saying that to be consistent with your previous rulings, it's chapter and verse that we're looking for there, so it's the O2 that we're looking for. Or we can certainly expand the strike zone for the rest of the session, your choice.
Representative Dowd, there's a lot of factors to take into account in germaneness. One is the extent to which the amendment expands the scope of the bill. The bill does have funding formulas related to nursing homes on pages 76, 77, 78. Right now I'm taking a look at the amendment to see if it is an expansion of scope. It's a very long amendment.
Madam Speaker,
Representative Dowd, just hold on 1 minute.
I just maybe give you a little more information if you're interested. Before
Hold
you
on
rule.
just a second and I will recognize you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, advice.
Representative Noor, advice.
Madam Speaker, looking through the bill, I think if you look at the case mix indexes under 256R, and including the external fixed cost rates under 256R.25, and also the rates under 256R.47, these are direct costs associated with nursing facilities, including the critical access nursing facilities. So I will ask you to not take the point of order. Well taken.
Madam Speaker, advice.
Representative Damath, advice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Historically in this chamber where we have argued germaneness, and we've had a few opportunities to do that, I am concerned, depending on the way you choose to rule, I'm a little bit concerned because right now we're talking about section 256R.02. It's the 02 that I'm not finding in the bill, and that has been problematic for us as early as last week. And so I'm just kind of wondering, how can we plan going forward? The other concern that I had as I looked through the amendment is on line 5.12. Maybe I'm missing this, and I should probably check with the amendment author, but Madam Speaker, it looks to me as if that is creating a new statute, and that seems a little bit expansive. And
In the amendment?
In the amendment, yeah, and I'm just wondering, again, about the germaneness of this particular amendment. Looking forward to your ruling.
Representative Davis, so the factors that we look at in determining whether something is germane is we ask, does the amendment substantially change or expand the scope or purpose of the bill? Will the amendment require a major change to the title of the bill? Is the amendment being made to the same chapter or section of law? Would the amendment introduce an independent question? And does the amendment deal with a different topic or subject than that is in the bill? And this one is a little bit complex because the amendment itself is several pages and the bill is pretty complex, and I haven't been on Health and Human Services since 2013 and 2014, so I will throw the question to the body.
Madam Speaker, advice?
Just a minute, you can give your advice to the body.
Okay.
All right. Pursuant to Rule 3.21, I'm going to submit the question to the body. The question before the body is it the judgment of the body that the point of order is well taken? A green vote means the point of order is well taken. A red vote means that the point of order is not well taken. Representative Nash, advice to the body. Representative Nash.
Advice to the body, Madam Speaker. So, and I forget what day it was. I think we all forget what day even today is, but Wednesday? Thank you. Last week when we were debating the state government finance bill, Representative Schultz had an amendment that would have dealt with some of the state office building issues, and he was ruled out of order under 321 and was told that even though it was a very similar chapter of law, and I had Representative Cleavorn read the line, you remember, it was a good time, read the line in the first page of the bill that had that chapter of law, and then I asked Chair Nelson to yield to a question, and he agreed that that was still in the bill. Ultimately, though, members, we were ruled out of order for a very similar thing. And you know, I know Representative New Brindley is very well intended, but I think she missed it on this one because it's not in the bill, and I think that's notable. Not in the bill at all. So I think that Representative Doubt's point of order is exceptionally well taken. That this is not in the bill at all, and I would hope that the body would vote accordingly to indeed uphold his point of order and find it well taken.
Advice to the body, Representative Doubt.
Madam Speaker, I rise to request a roll call on this.
Representative Doubt requests a roll call on the ruling on germaneness. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. Any further advice? Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And advice to the body, nursing home funding absolutely should be germane in a human services omnibus bill. So I would ask for a green vote that would encourage this to be completely germane to the bill, and I look forward to seeing the full board green.
Representative Doubt.
Can you, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you just remind the body what a green and a red vote means in this instance? Thank you.
Yeah, I think she was arguing against you, but I'm not sure. Let's all do it together. Pursuant to Rule 3.21, I'm going to submit the question to the body. The question before the body is it the judgment of the body that the point of order is well taken? A green vote means the point of order is well taken. A red vote means the point of order is not well taken. Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I change the advice that I gave to the body?
Certainly, Representative Demuth. We're here all day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And a red vote is what we are hoping the entire board will light up to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative New Brindley.
Madam Speaker, can you explain that one more time?
Representative New Brindley, you offered an amendment, the A46-1. Representative Doubt rose to a point of order under Rule 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane. If you agree with him that the point of order is well taken and therefore the amendment is out of order, you will vote green with Representative Doubt. It would be the judgment of the body that the point of order is well taken if you vote green. If you vote red, you would find the point of order not well taken. So if you vote with Representative Doubt on the point of order, you will find the New Brindley amendment out of order. So green would be not proceeding to a vote on the substance of the New Brindley amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I apologize. Thank you for that. I had risen to offer advice before and then stopped. I am struggling with how to deal with this one because I it's not in the bill. 256R.02 is not the bill, and as you pointed, I'm talking to my staff. I wanted to make sure, and I asked about the funding, the 5.12 to the end. That's all new language. It's all new language. So I'm torn because I understand the strike zone and I understand that this is problematic. However, I think there's an argument to be made that funding our nursing homes should be germane. That should be germane to the Human Services Bill. Regardless of what the established strike zone is, we should be able to fund our nursing homes in a Human Services Bill. And so, while I understand the point of order, I understand the strike zone, I am going to ask for a red vote because we should be able to fund our nursing homes here. And that's what I'm asking to do. I'm asking to fund our nursing homes. And so I think what I'm doing is asking for a little latitude. I think what I'm asking is to say that I understand that technically this probably is outside of the strike zone, but I'm asking for latitude because in a Human Services Bill, we should be able to fund our nursing homes. So I am asking for a red vote on the doubt motion so that we can continue this conversation to fund our nursing homes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Noor, advice to the body.
Madam Speaker, advice, I will ask the body to vote red. This bill funds nursing facilities, so please vote red.
Any further advice to the body? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the point of order. All right, members, if you're interested in voting, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 0 ayes and 126 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the point of order is not well taken. We are on the New Brindley Amendment. Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will just reiterate, in the A6 Amendment, we are funding our nursing homes. We are ensuring that our nursing homes have the resources that they need to continue to exist. That's what we are doing. We are making sure that our nursing homes can exist because on the current trajectory, our nursing homes will continue to close. And again, when I talk about nursing homes, I'm talking about people. It's the people who live in these facilities. It is our responsibility to care for them. And if we don't pass this, if we don't get this done, we are abdicating that responsibility. And again, with the amendment, we are very careful. We did not gut things. We did not gut funding to pay for nursing homes. We took a little bit from a lot of different pots to cobble together some money to keep our nursing homes solvent. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about solvency. We're not asking them to live high on the hog. We're not giving them this windfall to move forward with. We are keeping them solvent. That's what I'm asking you to do. Please vote yes on the A6 amendment.
Further discussion on the A46-1 amendment. Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I think you have seen the red votes overwhelming supporting that we should be supporting nursing facilities. And we did. In the previous bill, we funded $20 million. But this is not the right way to fund the nursing facilities. Representative Brindley, we will have to continue the conversation and figure out how we can really structure the funding for the nursing facilities, but this is not the best way. So members, please vote no on the amendment.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Noor. What you saw there was a red vote to expand the strike zone for the rest of the session, unanimously. It's no longer just chapter and verse, it's now just chapter. So now amendments don't have to be .02, and the body spoke very unanimously that that was the case. So we're still debating whether or not we want to fund nursing homes. I think we've put $20 million in, which is not enough. Everybody knows that. This is an opportunity to give a little more, and I think Representative New would welcome your green vote on this amendment and asking you to adopt that. But the last vote, just wanted to make sure everybody understood what that last vote was about. Thank you.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll. Oh, Representative New, Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to close out my amendment. I would just agree that red board was not about funding our nursing homes. A green vote right now would be about funding our nursing homes. That red board we saw a minute ago, that was a procedural vote. That was not about funding our nursing homes. This vote right now is about funding our nursing homes. And if you go up red right now, you are saying no, we are not going to fund our nursing homes. Don't be confused about this. And to say that this isn't the way, well, I don't know, Chair Noor, this is your way. This is your bill. That's the bill I used. I didn't make up my own language. This is the way. This is exactly the way. It's your way. It's your bill. And this is your chance. This is it, folks. This is the last vote to fund our nursing homes, to fund our people, to fund our workers, to fund our grandparents, our moms and dads. This is it. This is your last chance. We don't have another amendment to do this. And again, this isn't my way. This is Chair Noor's way. It's his bill. And again, we're not gutting any funding to any other area of human services. We're taking a little bit from lots of different places so that we can put a little bit into our nursing homes instead of the nothing that we have given them so far. Again, if you vote red right now, that is a vote against funding our nursing homes. If you vote green right now, you are acknowledging the problem. You are recognizing that our nursing homes are closing, and they need us to do something about it. Please vote green.
Further discussion. Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 70 nays, the amendment does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Doubt moves to amend Senate File Number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. There's been a lot of talk about nursing homes. Yesterday I spoke on another bill about a workshop that MDH and DHS jointly were conducting for nursing home operators that would teach them about receiverships and closures, basically how to close your nursing home. That's the activity that MDH and DHS see happening right now in the environment, and that's the workshop that they're trying to help these nursing homes work through. I did pass out the thing that I said I was going to pass out yesterday, and I actually didn't do it yesterday. I held it until today because I knew that this amendment was coming up, and I thought that this was a more appropriate time. But this is the invitation that was sent out by MDH and DHS, inviting nursing homes to participate in this. I think it's a webinar, actually, but to talk about receiverships and closures. So this amendment, if we're not going to adequately fund nursing homes, let's at least give nursing homes the opportunity to just turn the keys over to MDH and let them take over the nursing home and receivership. Because if we're not going to take care of our loved ones, let's at least give these nursing homes an opportunity to let the government step in and take it over. So I would ask for your support on this amendment. I think this is something we actually took out of statute a while ago, but this would put it back in. It's entitled Volunteer Receivership, so I'd ask for a yes vote on this.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, Representative Doubt. I think I look at this and just to let you know that this event was requested by the nursing facilities. This was not something that was put by the department. Likewise, I think you just noted that this provision used to exist in 2015. You know why it was taken out? When we have a problem with a nursing facility, what happens is they are unable to provide the care that is needed. They're unable to have the financial wherewithal to do the work that is necessary. And then the department has to go to the court so that they can have a receivership. What we're creating here now is if a nursing facility is struggling, you hand it over to the government, to the state, and say, put it under receivership, voluntary receivership, and when they fix the problems, they want it back. Members, that existed in 2015. There was a reason it was removed in 2015. Because it doesn't work. It doesn't create the opportunity for folks to continue to receive the services that are necessary in a nursing facility. So I'll ask you to vote no on this amendment so that we can assure people that there's a due process, there's a system in place that takes care of receivership under the state when it comes to nursing facilities or any other facility.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brinley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I heard a couple things there that were a little confusing to me. That when a facility needs to go into receivership, it's because they are unable to provide the care, they're unable to meet their financial obligations. I think that's the point we're making. That's the situation our nursing homes are in, to the extent that MDH and DHS are holding seminars on the process. They are walking our nursing homes through the process of how to close. And they're not just doing this on a one-off basis when an errant nursing home comes to them and says, hey, I don't know what happened. I don't know how we got ourselves into this pickle, but we can't meet our financial obligations, we can't provide the care we need to our nursing homes. This isn't some random one-off situation where our nursing homes would be in that position and seeking guidance. No, the problem is so widespread. Nursing homes are in such a state of crisis that the Walls administration recognizes the need to walk them through the process of closing their facilities. And I agree with you, Chair Noor. It is because they are not able to provide care. It is because they are not able to meet their financial obligations. And that is our fault. That is our fault because we are not providing the resources they need to pay their workers. We are not providing the resources they need to recover from the pandemic and inflation. That is our fault. And so we should take responsibility for that. The doubt amendment is a good amendment because it's a last resort amendment. It is the last resort for saying, hey, we are unable to care for these people. We cannot meet our financial obligations. By the way, in fact, maybe Representative Zalesnikar would know. I'd be interested to know how many nursing homes, I don't know this number, but I know it's more than one, how many of our nursing homes across this state have maxed out their lines of credit and the loans that they are able to take to continue to operate their facilities. The banks will not give them any more money. It will not give them any more money to pay their bills, to pay their workers. They are out of options. They're done. And so, yes, Chair Noor, it's true. They are unable to provide the care for their residents. They are unable to meet their financial obligations. And therefore, we as a state have a responsibility to help those facilities figure out how to do so, and the Representative Doubt amendment will help.
The author of the amendment, Representative Doubt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Noor. Appreciate your comments. You are right. This doesn't work. Nursing homes are having trouble operating based on the dollars that we provide to them to provide the service to our most vulnerable loved ones. And the only group of people in this situation that I wouldn't want operating those nursing homes is our state government. I think I was the Speaker of the House when we removed this from statute back in 2015. And this is one of those amendments, members, that was put in to prove a point. It's one of those political amendments that was just put in so we could talk about the fact that this is also a bad option. And Representative Noor, to your point about the little flyer that I passed around for the workshop that MDH and DHS are conducting for nursing home operators, yeah, it may well be that nursing homes requested that. And I wish that that had been a wake-up call to somebody at MDH or DHS to say, you know what? We've got a crisis on our hands here. We can't be closing nursing homes. What are we going to do? Roll the wheelchairs out into the streets? Is that how we're going to take care of our loved ones? That's not going to work. That's not a solution that will work. And neither is the state government taking over in receivership our nursing homes. So it's going to fall upon the people in this chamber to appropriate some money to actually help these people. And I'm going to remind you, it's not like we're here arguing over a $2 billion surplus or a $3 billion surplus. We right now in our last forecast had a $17.5 billion surplus. That's about a 30% surplus in our state budget. On top of that, Democrats have proposed in their budget targets to raise another $9.5 billion of new taxes and fees. Add that together, that's $27 billion that Democrats have to spend. And the only thing so far that I've seen them spend it on is a flyer that went out to nursing homes to teach them how to close their nursing home or put it into receivership because they can't operate. So with $27 billion, we've found out what Democrats won't do in Minnesota. Because here we are. Do we have a month left of session? Not quite. A little less than a month left. Not one penny of tax relief has gone back to Minnesotans. Not one penny of $27 billion. Not one penny back to Minnesotans. All of the campaign promises about tax reductions that Democrats made on the campaign trail, broken. Not $1 back yet. Certainly, I've been listening in my dozen years in this chamber to Democrats talk about their desire to fully fund education. We have to fully fund education. And with more resources than have ever been available, multiple times more resources than have ever been available in the state of Minnesota, Democrats can't fully fund education. To their own admission on this House floor, they are failing to fully fund education. So what are you doing? Had a really great conversation with somebody out here in the hallway, and I have a feeling it's the same thing people at home are thinking. You have an incredible opportunity with the resources that you have available to solve some of the biggest problems that face this state. You have an opportunity to use some of those resources to close the achievement gap, of which we have the largest achievement gap in the country, which means low income and minority students aren't getting the same education.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Representative Jordan, please state your point of order.
I rise to your point of order under Mason's 101. Debate must be confined to the question for the body. We are currently debating an HHS bill, not an education bill.
Members, please confine your remarks to the A4 amendment. Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Actually, Representative, we're on the A4 amendment. For those that haven't been paying attention, we're not debating the bill yet. Certainly, my arguments about what Democrats are failing to do in the state is exemplified by this A4 amendment. That's why I've offered it. This amendment is just an example of the fact that in this amendment, this would be the absolute last resort. Literally, you've been running a nursing home, caring for these vulnerable adults, and your last resort is take the keys, come in and take it over. We can't operate anymore with the money you've given us. So it begs the question, what is happening to those dollars? It's not that they've spent them on education here in this chamber. It's not that we've spent them on roads and bridges. We're seeing Democrats want to raise a Amazon fee, 75 cents per delivery, for every delivery. I mean, these are the resources that you could use to fund nursing homes, which is what needs to happen so that we don't need an amendment like this. Certainly not giving it back to Minnesotans that are paying it in on Social Security taxes. More broken campaign promises. But this is just a political amendment. This doesn't work. Having the state take receivership of nursing homes isn't a solution. The solution is we need to fund them. And I only offered this amendment to point out the lack of funding in your budget targets, the lack of funding in your bill, and the lack of priority that our most vulnerable senior citizens are to the Democratic Party. You just don't care about them. So members, we've tried numerous times today to offer amendments to increase funding for nursing homes in a budget target that was too small for that purpose, apparently. And Representative New Brindley a couple of times has said, Representative Noor, that it's not your fault, that your governor and your leadership has failed you. But you know what? You can take the budget target that you've got and be brave. You can step up and solve the problems that are in your jurisdiction, in your issue area. And you can push back. I've been up there. Sometimes the speaker welcomes when you push back a little bit. And you have to be the advocate for these people in your community. We can't do it by ourselves over here. We don't have enough votes. We need you to be the advocate. We need you to join us and be the voice for these most vulnerable seniors in our society who are going to get their wheelchair rolled right out into the street as they lock the doors on their nursing home. And that's not the way we should treat them. So we need you, Representative Noor, to stand up and join us as being an advocate for these folks. So, Madam Speaker, without further ado, I will withdraw the A4 amendment in hopes that before this session is over, we will solve this problem and make sure that we have stability in our nursing homes, that the workers who are doing such a great job caring for our seniors will have the resources to live a meaningful life and provide that ever so important service to our senior citizens, and that we'll even pay enough that will attract new people into that field so that they can get even better service than they're getting now. So with that, Madam Speaker, I'll withdraw the A4 amendment.
Representative Dowd withdraws the A4 amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
New Brindley moves to amend Senate File number 2934, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A1.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're going to shift gears for a minute. We're going to shift gears. There is a provision in the underlying bill language that, for those who are not familiar, there is a program, it's a federal program called 14C Employment. And what this does is it provides an opportunity for people with pretty severe disabilities an opportunity to work. And the underlying bill language deletes, it actually doesn't just, well, it doesn't delete 14C, it actually prohibits 14C employment in the state of Minnesota. We've had really good conversations about this actually in committee, and advocates on both sides of the issue. And there are folks who would say that 14C employment dehumanizes people. They would say that not paying a human being minimum wage is dehumanizing. There are folks on the other side, and frankly, we heard from a lot of family members of usually it was parents of children who are profoundly disabled, who certainly came to my office and talked to me about how meaningful this was. Usually, like I said, it was, in fact, I think in every situation for me, it was their kids who participate in 14C employment opportunities. But they talked about how meaningful that was for their kids. And one of these parents particularly broke down in my office knowing that for their child, who is profoundly disabled, it is probably not realistic to think that they will be able to perform a job that commands a minimum wage. And so if they're not able to command that minimum wage without this 14C option of employment, those folks are left without an option. They won't be able to work. We heard from a lot of folks in committee. Frankly, we heard from quite a few people from within the disabled community, which was pretty neat. We had one young man come and talk to us about his job at Pizza Hut that he clearly loves and enjoys, and it brings him joy, it brings him fulfillment to work that job at Pizza Hut. And it also brings him some joy and fulfillment to have those dollars to spend on whatever he wants to spend. Another young man came and testified about this and talked about how he used his money to go out to dinner, and he would even use it to go on vacations. But it was money that he was able to have and spend without those strings attached, which is kind of neat. Now, typically, the folks from the disabled community who spoke to us were folks who were already receiving minimum wage. They had the ability to work those jobs that command minimum wage, and they also had the ability to come and testify in committee. It was pretty neat, but they were also pretty high functioning with their varied levels of ability. My concern is not the folks we heard from in committee. My concern is the folks we weren't able to hear from. It's those folks with more profound disabilities who were not able, who didn't have the capacity to come and testify in committee. And so I think it's our job to be their voice. And we're not talking about a couple hundred people. We're talking about thousands of people in this state who participate in these programs that gives them an opportunity to get out of their home, to spend time with other people, to have social engagement during their employment, to have an income that they can spend on what they want. There is dignity in that. And the underlying bill language prohibits 14C employment. There is some additional language that and resources for case management to maximize employment opportunities, services and supports for these folks who might currently be on using 14C employment, who would lose that if we prohibit it with the underlying bill language. And I actually think that's a good idea anyway. I think we should put resources into maximizing employment opportunities for folks to help make sure that every individual is working to their highest and best level, whatever that may be for them. It was actually pretty neat. Not only did we hear from folks who were working minimum wage jobs, we also heard from several members of the disability community who were clearly doing far better than that for themselves, and working in professional jobs, professional positions. And regardless of what our abilities are, and frankly, this doesn't just apply to the disabled community, this applies to the able-bodied community. It applies to all of us. We should want everyone to be working and to be employed, doing everything they can, and to be maximizing their potential. That's what we want for people. But the underlying bill language takes options away. It does not give new options. It doesn't give new opportunities for those folks who are profoundly disabled, who likely will never be able to work a minimum wage job. All we are doing is removing an opportunity for them rather than creating something new. And so while we should, my amendment, the A1 amendment, deletes the prohibition on 14C from the underlying bill, so it allows 14C to continue. It allows that employment to continue for those folks who are profoundly disabled. But it also retains the language in the underlying bill to provide additional resources to make sure that we are maximizing employment for everyone. Because that's ultimately what we want for every Minnesotan. Now, I appreciate, I've talked to several of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and fortunately my understanding is that this is a bipartisan issue. And that was clear in committee as well, that this is a bipartisan issue. That all of us understand that there are needs that are maybe not being met but we also understand that we don't want to be rash and have the pendulum swing too far and hurt people either. We don't want to do that either. And so with the conversations I've had with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I think what we're going to do is continue working on this and find some consensus and find some agreement. So I'm going to withdraw my amendment so that we don't take a vote on this today, with the understanding that something better, we're going to work on this and bring something better back from conference committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative New Brindley withdraws the A1 amendment. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File 2934 as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. In the years that I've been in the legislature, the debate has raged on about funding our nursing homes. I remember roughly 10 years ago, we still had a procedure in Minnesota where the nursing home rates were based on geographic areas. The metro got more than greater Minnesota. And then there was rural, deep rural, and metro. Well, Meeker County had the lowest rate, and Stearns County at that time had the highest rate. And I had a nursing home in Watkins, Minnesota, in my district, that was very close to the Stearns County line. In fact, you could throw a baseball, well, my son could have thrown a baseball from the nursing home and got it over the county line. And the Hilltop Care Center in Watkins was losing workers because of this, because they could be paid more just across the line. And things were going very poorly. They were going to literally have to close the nursing home. Well, we managed to get the law changed, to get the geographic designation changed, and Watkins got the higher rate. And since that time, they've managed to expand their home, and we're actually doing quite well, and rated as one of the top nursing homes in Minnesota until the episodes of the pandemic. And now they are suffering as others are. And so with that in mind, and my concerns, let me just review a few things we've been talking about. 2,597 nursing home beds have been taken out of service statewide. This is since 2020. And that is the equivalent of 52 50-bed nursing homes. This bill suggests that the state is okay with nursing homes closing across the state. This bill seems to be implying that a person who needs nursing home level care should just figure it out on their own. It seems to imply that the work of nursing home workers, whether they are a CNA or a housekeeper or a cook, do not deserve to earn a livable wage. There's wide support in the House for addressing the 21-month delay in payment for our nursing homes and increasing rates to give our frontline heroes a wage increase. But neither of these provisions are in this bill. Our most vulnerable and those who care for them deserve more than this. They are entitled to our support. And we should be doing a much better job of making sure that it's in this bill. This is about priorities. And I'm afraid there are a lot of important things in here, but we have to get our priorities straight. And helping these nursing homes, helping those, again, who care for the most vulnerable, need our support, and this bill doesn't do it. Thank you.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. A couple things I want to cover about is, first of all, the NEMT, the non-emergency medical transfers, and helping individuals there. I do appreciate what the governor is doing. That is included in his proposal, and that other body also has it. And I've talked about why that is so important, not just for seniors, but for our vets and for our others. So I'm disappointed that we're not seeing that funding, because as I've shared several times, when individuals need not emergency help, they still call 911. And it's so frustrating, extremely frustrating, because when that pager goes off, it's not like us volunteers are sitting around like, whoa. No, it's generally at the worst possible time, something's going on, and that pager goes off. Again, my profession loves helping people, but they do not like to have to escort them in the back of an ambulance, and that is the most expensive care. So I'm disappointed in what the bill does with that. Also, let's talk about nursing homes. Last weekend, our Browns Valley Health Center did a fundraiser. It was put on by our community. It was a lasagna dinner. Now, a good amount was raised, but not enough to do what we're seeing. Our nursing home in Browns Valley is ran by a group, and they run 13 nursing homes. And I was talking to the CEO, and last year they had to take millions of dollars for cash flowing. Of their 13 nursing homes, 12 of the 13 had a negative balance. And we're talking about millions. They do not have that cash any longer. You know, earlier today I talked to Representative Deb Keel. I talked to her about the non-emergency transfer. And as she has shared, just in the last month in her district, she has lost 2 nursing homes. I go to the Browns Valley Healthcare Center as a transfer. I do not quite a few, but enough transfers. And you get to know the patients. You get to know their family, because the closest hospital to me is about 20 minutes away. So when you're providing care, medical care, not necessarily like emergency, but when you're a senior and you're transferring from the nursing home, they're not going to hop in the car. They need to go on a stretcher. They'll generally need oxygen. But part of my responsibility in the back of the rig is providing that care, to talk to them. And several times, it's the last time I see them. You know, unfortunately, there are times they fell, they broke a hip. As anybody with elderly care knows, when someone breaks the hip, it's generally not the hip that causes that death, it's the complications to that surgery. They're on other medications. These are the people that have worked so hard for us, that have been able to provide for what we're able to do today. And as we have heard, since 2020, nearly 2,600 nursing home beds have been closed. And that's sad. I have had the great honor of providing care to our seniors several times. And it is an honor, sometimes inconvenient when that pager goes off, but it is an honor. It is a great honor, not just for them, but to get to know the staff. When you come in at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, especially on a weekend, because I take most shifts on Friday and Saturday nights and Sunday nights, you do see the same staff year after year after year. And I'm glad to be able to say that. There are some new staff that I see, but they know that when we're transferring them to the hospital, that could be their last trip. And we have that eye contact, myself and the staff, because we want to provide good care. This bill doesn't do what it should be doing for our seniors. We've heard that. They deserve it. I volunteer to provide that service. We here in the state of Minnesota needs to do the same. It is right to take care of our seniors. It is right to provide the funding for non-emergency medical care. So when you are out, and I was talking to a representative earlier here today who has property in Otter Tail County, if it's Ringdow up there, or if it's Perm or Henning, and they need to dial 911, you want to make sure they're not doing a non-emergency transfer. You want to make sure if someone gets hurt during water skiing or fishing, that the right people come to provide those right services. So unfortunately, I will not be supporting this bill. I know Chair Noor has worked hard. Just wasn't given the right priorities from leadership, in my opinion. So thank you for listening to me. And for all you seniors out there and EMS personnel, I will continue to fight for you, because that's why us EMS individuals are here, to help the vulnerable. And thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I too rise in opposition to this bill, and mostly because of the lack of funding for nursing homes. So while I was sitting here listening to the debate, my legislative assistant sent me a voicemail from a constituent of mine in the 56308 area code. Her name is Sandra. She is a lifelong Democrat. She said that in her voicemail. She wanted me to know she's a lifelong Democrat. And she said she is embarrassed at the lack of funding for nursing homes, as well as being appalled. Members, as I stated, people are watching. And they are watching specifically to see what this body does for our nursing homes. Also, this individual, my constituent, reminded me that when nursing homes close, especially in rural Minnesota, where some of those rural areas, that nursing home is the main job provider, many of the other businesses around that nursing home close up shop as well, because the employees are moving elsewhere to find jobs. The gas stations may close down. And when those nursing homes close down and the residents are transferred elsewhere, many of the times that population of people do not do well with the change in home, and they pass away. It's cruel and it is inhumane to not fully fund our nursing homes. Members, during this debate too, I thought, you know what? I wonder what OpenAI chat has to say about nursing homes. So I asked the question, should Minnesota nursing homes be funded by Democrats? Simple question to AI. AI reminded me that as an AI language model, I, meaning AI, cannot provide political opinions or endorse any political party. However, I can provide some general information on funding for nursing homes in Minnesota. Okay, AI, thank you. Let's continue on to see what AI has to say. In Minnesota, nursing homes are typically funded through a combination of government programs, private insurance, and out-of-pocket payments from residents and their families. Democrats and Republicans in Minnesota may have different views on how much funding nursing homes should receive from government programs such as Medicaid, which is a federal program that provides health care coverage for low-income individuals. It then goes on to say, AI, it is important for policymakers to carefully consider the needs of nursing homes and their residents, as well as the financial resources available to them. Well, I think we can agree that right now the financial resources to our nursing homes is slim to none, and that is why many have closed, many are on the brink of collapse. All right, that was me speaking, not AI. Ultimately, AI goes on to say, the decision to allocate funding to nursing homes should be based on the best interests of the people of Minnesota and the state's overall priorities. Members, even AI says that this bill, Senate File 2934, is a moral document. It is a moral document, and we have a moral obligation to fund nursing homes. Members, I urge you to vote no on Senate File 2934. Let's vote to fund nursing homes. This bill doesn't do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. I rise because it is not what is in this bill that bothers me. It's what's not in this bill. I supported all the items, and I've told Representative Noor and Representative Keeler this, and Lead New Brinley, that these are the things that vulnerable adults, many items are in this bill. But there's significant failure in a big puzzle piece that makes a one Minnesota puzzle, and that's the nursing homes. So when I look at it, and why would I be upset? Because this kind of lack of that puzzle piece would make some sense to me if we were at a budget deficit without having billions in a Minnesota surplus. We have a historic surplus. So then I ask myself, why would we not be caring about funding the people that historically built the state, who are now the most vulnerable people in our state? I think Gandhi said, the measurement of a society is how you treat the most vulnerable. But who do we define as the most vulnerable? Is it just the young? Apparently, by how we've done this budget, it's only the young. It's not the old, it's only the young. It's certain people that are disabled, certain people that are young, certain people that are here. But when you get to the worst and you're most vulnerable, you're not it. That's not the one Minnesota I grew up in. So I guess I'm the Republican with the old Democrat heart. I don't know what happened to Minnesota. But here's the deal. We've got audits, and I might have misspoke, Representative Noor, 2019, 2020. The point is we got 18 to 24 months delay in payment, bottom line, in getting the money. And we don't have inflationary increases in that VBR payment you hear. And that is the issue. We've talked about inflationary increase, and the other side has no problem when we're talking about education. We're going to do inflationary adjustments. That makes perfect sense, but not when it comes to nursing homes. Oh no, not there. We can't do it there, but we're going to do it here, and we're going to do it in this department and that department, but not the department that takes care of the true vulnerable people. So who's really going to lose in this thing? Every one of us in this room. Because the firefighters right now that are volunteers that go with the ambulance are now going to get the call. Because guess what? The nursing homes are going to be closing. There's nobody to pick your mom up off the floor in the assisted living because they don't have a nurse to do an assessment, and you need an RN to do an assessment. And so there's some economies of scale that always made sense in running nursing homes, especially when you have a worker shortage. To not acknowledge that is short-sighted thinking, members. I can tell you where I could find a fast, straight math money. We have money, Minnesotans. We just have different priorities, and it's very clear to me. We're going to spend $148 million on a train to Duluth. While they get there, they're going to get another $2 million over 2 years for up to $1,000 for homeless youth, which the generation I took care of called adults from 18 to 24. And then on top of that, we got $500 million for a state office building. And I haven't been too disturbed being in it for my first 4 months. So right there, we have $648 million that could go to seniors, but it's not going to happen because we're going to slice the pie differently when we have billions for Minnesota. And why? Because it's not the choice. We have a choice to make, and we're choosing to not make the choice. So Ozzy Osbourne wrote a great song called Crazy Train, and we're on it right now. So I urge members to think about what we're doing because your loved ones are going to suffer, and this is not what's best for Minnesota. And while I like many of the things that are in this bill, it's what I can't support what's not in this bill, and that is our most vulnerable seniors in the nursing homes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge you to vote no.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I have had the great honor of serving on both Human Services Finance and Human Services Policy. And we've talked a lot about what this bill doesn't do tonight, but I would like to take a moment to talk about what it does. This bill provides critical investment that I am so proud of. I want to highlight that the bill funds and ratifies the SEIU contract for our self-directed home care workers. Home care workers, also known as PCAs, have described this contract to me as life-changing. This contract includes a minimum wage increase from a current rate of $15.25 to $20 an hour over the next 2 years. A $1,000 retention bonus for those who have worked at least 6 months. A wage scale for experienced workers. Over and over in committee, we talked about how we should make sure our most important work is our most valued. This contract tells caregivers that their steps increases, their experience is valued, that what they do is more than a job, it is a career that they can be proud of. These standards were not an accident. They didn't happen by luck. They are the work of workers. They are the work of organizing. Domestic work after the New Deal was not considered valued. It was exempted from minimum wage. The work of women and the work of minorities wasn't worth the minimum. In 2013, the self-directed home care workers won the fight to form a union in Minnesota. And together, they have continued to move that work forward. Before their first contract, some of our PCAs were making $7.25 an hour. Almost no one had any time off or any benefits. The first union contract in 2015, which I was told by some members who have been here a lot longer than me, was a 2-day debate, raised that minimum wage to $10.75. Looking back, this new contract, the one I want you to vote green for today, doubles that. Plus, it includes sick time and benefits and incentives for training. This is the power of organizing. Today is a tremendous victory for the workers who refused to accept a system that treated them as if they were invisible. Today is a victory for people with disabilities and seniors who want to stay in their homes. Today, I ask you to vote green to support those Minnesotans. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Madam Speaker and members, it's kind of funny. This is a big bill, actually. And as soon as the omnibus bill language came out, I went and I sat down with Chair Noor. And first of all, let me say thank you. Representative Noor has been incredibly respectful, incredibly available and accessible, and I and my colleagues appreciate that. We thank you for that as a chair. Thank you to our staff. Sean Herring. I don't know if he's still in the room, but he is. But he also has been phenomenal and accessible and compassionate, and I appreciate that. I don't know if Jonathan is still in the room from research from our side, but you may or may not be aware from our caucus, Jeremiah was given a promotion, and we were left with a gaping hole on our side of the aisle in the realm of health and human services, and Jonathan Cotter has done a phenomenal job filling that void for us so capably. So I just want to say that first. Thank you sincerely to all of you for the work that you have done. And thank you to the members of the committee. I often tell people, I say, you know, some of the things that we work on here at the House, we just use our brains, and that's what we do. And other things that we work on involve our hearts. And the Human Services Committee is one of those committees where you sit in committee and you are just as likely to shed tears as you are to engage in real intellectual work. And I appreciate that. I seek that. I want that. That's why I'm here. I think that's why most of us are here, because we want to help people. That's why we're here. And we sort of uniquely get to do that in the realm of human services. And there is some good stuff in this bill. And I told Chair Noor he would not hear from me about how terrible this bill was. It's just inadequate. I'm not going to go after the stuff that this bill is doing. Now, there's some stuff we don't love, right? We haven't even addressed the fact that direct care and treatment is being broken off from human services, which frankly is something I think that, again, most of the chamber doesn't have a problem with, but the way it's being done, we're not finding any efficiencies, we're not collapsing bureaucracy at all, we're just adding more bureaucracy. It's not perfect, but there's pretty broad acknowledgement that it's probably not a terrible idea. I think that Representative Baker outlined the problems with the governor's changes to ORAC that are included in the bill. But again, I'm less concerned about what is in the bill than I am about what's not in the bill. And I suspect in a minute you are going to once again hear about the historic funding for nursing homes that our nursing homes are getting this year. That I think, as Representative Franson pointed out, strangely, our DFL colleagues are taking credit for. I'm not sure why. But there is a forecasted increase for our nursing homes. But it's being portrayed as this windfall to our nursing homes, that they're getting this historic funding. But again, I would make the point that we would never, ever make that argument in other areas of the budget. We certainly would never make the argument in K-12 that a $1.1 billion forecasted increase is somehow sufficient, because it's not. And as Chair Noor and Representative Zalesnikar pointed out, that forecast, that $850 million forecasted increase, that is based on numbers from 2020. That's where that forecast is coming from, 2020. The audits are a third of the way complete for 2021. 1/3. That's it. That's all that have been completed for 2021. And we are already halfway through 2023. We're only a third of the way through those audits, and then we need to figure out what the new rates will be based on the VBR for 2021. And then that will be the new payment rate. And we still will not have accounted for the out-of-control record inflation that our nursing homes are dealing with. We still will not have accounted for the workforce shortage in our nursing homes. We still will not have accounted for any of the things, for any of these inputs that are leading to closures. We are not dealing with the reality of the situation that our nursing homes are facing in Senate File 2934. We are not dealing with reality in this human services budget. And because of that, I am certainly voting no on this budget. I cannot vote for what we've heard, and Representative Franson just reiterated. We're often told a budget is a moral document. A budget reflects our priorities. And while there are good things in this budget, it is immoral to ignore, and I mean ignore, because there is still, even after our amendments today, there is virtually nothing in this bill for senior citizens in nursing homes. And I suspect that because of that, there will be a lot of no votes on this bill today.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Noor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Just wanted to begin by saying thank you, especially for the discussion that we've had about this bill. First of all, thank you to Chair Fischer, Vice Chair Berner, and all the members in the committee, particularly Lead New Brindley, even including today. As we inch closer to the finish line, we are improving this bill. This is not a finished product yet. But quite frankly, today is a big day. Today is a huge day. When we value those who are most vulnerable, when we invest in those who have disabilities and our seniors. Representative Hicks just covered the discussion about the historic SEIU contract that really funds the PCA program from 1525, or if you're up on the other side, 1381 to $19. And then with the steps and also the increase in 2025 to $20 up to $22.50. That's a historic investment. Members, I don't know if you have heard about Dennis, who was on his wheelchair. He could not find PCA. Unfortunately, he passed away. He was in the news talking about the lack of PCA, and particularly because we are paying them $13.81. They're competing with fast food industry. He lost his life. To his family, this is for Dennis, and making sure that we pay PCA workers a living wage. Madam Speaker and members, this is for Mary, who's in assisted living and talked about Najib, who quite frankly told the committee, please listen to your elders. To Mary, I listened. We did listen. You know, the historic investment of $875 million in elderly waiver, unheard of. This will save lives. This will provide support to those seniors who are 65 and above. And to Representative Barker and also Anderson, when Stacey Kralls came to us and talked about the struggles of ICFDD, who are getting paid per diem of $148, and she asked us to pay $250 per diem. Guess what? We didn't stop there. We lifted everyone up. Every group that needed help under ICFDD, we are increasing their rate to $260 per day, but we're also indexing it to inflation. Let her know that we are taking care of those who need the most. And to the challenges like Representative Baker and also Bierman, when we talk about the crisis we have in opioid crisis. When we're losing young people, such as Adnan, because we don't provide the support and the structure that he needed, we don't create the public awareness, we don't inform communities when we do have a bad batch. Guess what? In this bill, we're investing $85 million to address the challenges we're facing today with the opioid crisis. Members, there'll be an awareness program, there'll be investment in recovery centers, there'll be investment so that you can get a text if there's a bad batch. Same way as you're getting the Amber Alerts, you'll be receiving that information in your text so that we can alert individuals in different areas to be aware of what's happening with fentanyl and many other things. Those are small investments that we are undertaking. In this bill, we're eliminating the subminimum wage that pays individuals 7 cents an hour. It's about dignity. It's about justice. It's about inclusion. Just because you're a disabled individual, you should not be paid subminimum wage. This is past due. Minnesota has got the highest utilization of subminimum wage when we can pay people the fair wage that they deserve. Within this bill, we're setting ourselves to the future. We've heard about the nursing homes. Just to give you a glimpse of what will be happening in terms of their rates, a CNA in a nursing facility will go from 1981 to projected 23 cents. A nursing facility directory person that we just heard about who receives $18.45 projected to receive $20.48. Someone who works in the nursing facility in the laundry area from $16.60 to $18.43. Housekeeping in a nursing facility, $17.90 to $19.08. A nursing facility admin from $32.53. Members, these are median wages will jump to $36.10. It's a significant investment that we're doing across the board. It's time. It's time for us to value those who care for us. It's time for us to support the long-term care. We are investing more than $2.3 billion in this bill just specifically for long-term care. Members, I urge you to vote green and support those who need care from us. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, the Minority Leader, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, as we have heard through this bill, I have to tell you that when session started, even with a DFL trifecta, I was optimistic that we could come together on some big issues that would help Minnesotans. I thought after spending last fall campaigning on Social Security tax relief that Democrats would follow through with some of those campaign promises and pass that standalone bill to help seniors in the first month of session. I thought we could work together on public safety, funding police, and keeping our communities safe. We'll be hearing more about that later. But as we look at the bill today, I thought we would be able to work together on funding our nursing homes. I thought with our nursing homes in crisis, as we continue to talk about, that we would be able to come together and do the right thing for our seniors. That is not what this bill in front of us does today. The bill does dedicate $3.9 million in new funding to our nursing homes, but Chair Noor earlier this afternoon said nursing homes will be fine. Well, I don't believe that. What you heard today, I think, has been gaslighting by our colleagues on the other side. Our nursing homes will not be fine with what is in this bill if it is signed into law. We've referenced several times the recent editorial in the Star Tribune, and I quote from that article that was passed out earlier. These facilities are now facing an existential threat from financial headwinds. And Minnesota lawmakers need to take heed and act swiftly. Members, and especially members on the other side of the aisle who may not sit on the committees, you need to understand that this bill, as it is, will not solve the crisis that our nursing homes are facing. If you voted against the amendments to increase nursing home funding because you believed what you've been told about the $800 million forecasted increases, I implore you to talk to your nursing home administrators. If you do not have a nursing home in your district, talk to a local nursing home administrator across your borders. I implore you to understand that the forecasted increases never come close to meeting the projections. I implore you to understand that the forecasted increases are already baked into the balance sheets that our nursing home administrators are looking to as they are making the painful decisions to close, or if there's any way that they can possibly stay open to do so. This bill needs to come back better from conference. And thank you, Chair Noor, for saying that this is not a finished product. I have hope. This bill needs to come back with more funding for our nursing homes. And failing to prioritize our nursing homes when we have a $17.5 billion surplus, and when Democrats are increasing taxes by another $10 billion, would be a disaster. It would be a disaster for our nursing homes. As we've heard Representative Franson and Representative New Brindley reiterate that your side of the aisle says that budgets are about priorities and that budgets are moral documents. With what's in front of us, if that is the case, then this bill is a moral failing. It fails to take care of the most vulnerable among us. It fails to respond to an actual crisis that our nursing homes are facing. Members, please vote no.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, budgets are moral documents. And Hubert Humphrey said the moral test of government is how that government treats those who are in the dawn of life, the children, those who are in the twilight of life, the elderly, and those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the needy, and the handicapped. This bill will meet Minnesota's moral test to its citizens. For the sick, we invest substantial funding in combating the opiate epidemic. For Minnesotans living with a disability, this includes over $30 million in grants for home and community-based providers to assist with recruiting and retaining workers. It also increases wages and workforce participation for people with disabilities, phasing out the subminimum wage. For elderly Minnesotans, the bill invests significantly in the elderly waiver, bringing funding up to $17 an hour. And yes, for nursing homes, let's be clear, this is the largest amount of funding ever for nursing homes, $853 million in new funding. That is due to value-based reimbursement. Since 2016, when value-based reimbursement took effect, average rates for nursing homes have increased 83%. In January, the average rate increase was 9.4%. Minnesota's 5-year annual growth is the largest of any state in the country, 10% versus the average of 3%. And yes, we fund nursing homes different than we fund almost any other budget area. And that is important. That is something that we fund in this bill because we believe in it and because we believe that this $853 million is important to get to our nursing homes. Last year, our nursing homes asked us for $300 million. That included value-based reimbursement. We are more than doubling their ask from last year in this bill with $853 million, and a vote against this bill is a vote against that funding. Thank you, Chair Noor, for your hard work on this bill. This bill critically invests in our caring professions and long-term care facilities and has historic investments in our nursing homes, and I urge a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1403. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1403, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to human services, the first engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Fischer, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to present House File 1403. I'd like to first start off by thanking our staff that we had, our nonpartisan staff, Danella Pinelli and Sarah Sunderman. Also very important is Doug Berg for confirming that this bill does not have any cost. Next, I'd like to thank our committee page, Zach Cullen, GOP Research, Jonathan Cotter, DFL Research, Spencer Coase, our committee staff, Nick Stumo-Langer and Jared Margulies, and then our GOP lead, Lead Keel. She did a great job, and also for Representative Baker for helping fill in as needed there. And most importantly, Chair Noor, who is part of our committee, Vice Chair Frederick, and all the committee members. We did some really amazing bipartisan work. We've got parts of this bill include bills from Representative Edelson, Finke, and Curran, also work from Representative Baker. Very quickly, Article 1 of the bill contains policy and technical changes to various aging, disability, and behavioral health services. Article 2 addresses substance use disorders, basically Rule 25 assessments for placing substance use disorder services through the Behavioral Health Fund and direct access. And then finally, Article 3, which is miscellaneous, it does a definition of court examiner and hitting some effective dates of previous laws. With that, we'll stop for amendments, and I will be asking for a green vote.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fischer moves to amend House File number 1403, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A23-0121.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The A23 is primarily a technical amendment. It helps align language that updates direct access infrastructure for substance use disorder treatment, and then updates with technical assistance different parts of the bills, different bills that were incorporated into this article.
Any discussion on the Fischer amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Curran moves to amend House File number 1403, first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, members. And first, I want to thank Chairs Noor and Fischer for the great work this session. It's been incredible to work with you all and our team. So what I have before everyone today is an amendment. We did discuss this in committee, and I want to give specific thanks to leads New Brindley, Keel, and of course Baker. We had a lot of agreement in our Human Services committees, and I sat specifically on the Policy Committee, but had a chance to present bills in front of our Fine Finance Committee as well. And I just really wanted to point out that I appreciate how bipartisan a lot of our conversations were. And then in the spirit of that, we had discussed how sometimes unintentionally when we're creating regulations or we're making changes to different licenses for facilities, every once in a while somebody gets left out. They might get in a situation where they really just need us to help them out so that we can have people access the services they need. So that's exactly what the A2 amendment does here today. This will make an exception that we have currently available customized living service units to be utilized so that people who are waiting for that right setting to meet their service needs have the access to meet these settings. I'll just say that we have a great opportunity to come together in a bipartisan way again to make an immediate positive change for people in Minnesota. This is a very small provision, and it might only affect a really small group of people, but to those individuals, this will mean the world to them. So I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Discussion on the current amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Baker moves to amend House File Number 1403, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and members, I offer the A8 amendment here, and it's an important policy provision that we need to do to help House File 1403 get even a little bit better. I'm offering this amendment because I'm interested in making the regulatory changes that will increase access to life-saving opioid treatments while maintaining counseling service and recognizing the important work that we do in our workforce area. Deaths among Minnesotans in the last couple of years have increased about 44%. We've got to change that, members, and we've got to do a better job with that. The need for people to get help with opioid disorders is urgent, but the current regulations mean that many of them are forced to wait until there are openings once they seek help. Currently, when counselors' caseloads are full in an opioid treatment program, they are required to stop taking new patients. Over the past year, every opioid treatment program in the state of Minnesota has had a period of time when they couldn't take any new patients. This situation makes it really hard for people in crisis to get the help that they need. This amendment does two things, members. The first change modifies it when treatment plan reviews must take place. Under current law, treatment plans must be reviewed every week for the first 10 weeks of treatment, and then at least monthly. What this does, the proposal, requires the treatment to happen every 3 months after the first month, and then as needed as it's reviewed. This change will decrease the workload burden on many counselors, which will help that lessen that load a little bit there. Members, the second item, current law states that a supervisor must not supervise, a drug counselor must not supervise more than 50 clients at a time. We're giving that up to 60 clients now. We're going to give them more wiggle room, more ability to help more people, which raises their capacity about 20%. And what that will do, members, is give just more access to that. Leadership in these programs, again, this is where you would go to get Suboxone, medically assisted treatments and programs to help stay sober longer. This is working for a lot of people. And when you first get into a system and a program like this, it takes more time on the front end. Once a person has established a routine and has trust built up, we can give them more longer versions of this, weeks at a time, a week at a time, or a month at a time. So with this, members, I support the A4 amendment, the 8-8 amendment, and appreciate your green support of this, members. Thank you.
Representative I was going back to the author of the bill. The member from Blue Earth, Representative Frederick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd like to thank Representative Baker for offering the amendment. It is a good amendment. I encourage your members to vote green. In addition to the things that Representative Baker highlighted, it also addresses recovery community organizations. RCOs are all over the state. They are grassroots spaces for people who are at everywhere along their recovery journey. It creates community, it creates a safe space, and the language in this bill helps them ensure that going forward as RCOs expand, they have a set of standards to continue having that safe space, and I encourage everyone to vote green. Thank you.
All those in favor of the Baker amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 1403, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Madam Speaker and members, thank you very much for pushing this thing through pretty well. I just want to say thank you to Chair Fischer. You were a very good collaborator with us on a lot of these things. And again, this bill you brought us in early and brought myself in and my team, Jonathan Cotter, to be a part of this process before it all got wrapped up. I want to thank my friend Representative Frederick for, again, working alongside of us with the March bill early on throughout the whole process, and always knowing behind this whole thing, we had Chair Noor right behind us as well. So he was knowing and in step with what we were working on, and I appreciate Representative Noor's help the whole time. Members, this is a good bill that helps a lot of people suffering from these kind of things that we've talked about, mental health, substance use disorder. We're finding ways to help folks that are in the substance use industry. I hope that we can support this with a good green vote. I plan to vote yes, and I would ask for your support as well. Thank you.
Discussion. The member from Ramsey, Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to present 1403. I would ask for a green vote. This has got a lot of great bipartisan work. We've worked as a team to get this done, and I will look for a strong green vote from everyone. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 115 ayes and 10 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move a recess to the call of the Speaker until 7 p.m.
Any announcements? Representative Long moves recess to the call of the chair until 7 p.m. sharp. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands in recess until 7 p.m.